Winds are roaring through Portofiro this afternoon, kicking up sea sprays.
I once knew a spy.
Spies. You're a spy.
She was brilliant, erratic, cursed, an anti-personal mine in human form. Her friends called her Herschel, but to her controllers, she was Cascade. The abandoning kind. One by one, she watched her friends go out like distant lights. It is, and was. Portofiro 91, the whole sick crew. A disaster untold, a black page in the official records. None at all, yet here we are, standing over the smashed and leaking world. She was recalled. They put her in the freezer. Forever. Most thought. Even in those dark days, there were whispers among the lower sublevels, where they keep the true believers. Don't count Cascade out. 5 years passed. A little more of the world leaked out of itself. Cascade's controllers ordered her back to Portofiro. Because I asked them to. There is a new assignment, Cascade. I was supposed to give you the brief. Right here, in an armchair in a safe house above a 24-hour photo shop in the city-state of Portofiro. No one special, just an arm-like sack of cytoplasm, a special move unique to single-cell organisms. But before that, I was like you, a spy for the People's Republics, one of the varieties of mankind. This is a dangerous place, Cascade. I should never have come. I got caught with my pants down. On the plus side, I no longer have to worry about independent thought or movement. We're not. This is all you. Conversing with your own mental projections, reconciling the dissonance inherent to your role, like you were trained to do. Life is beautiful, cruel, full of hidden cues that I missed. Maybe next time. Don't blame yourself, operant. Whatever happens has already happened.
Displayed on the chair before you is a man, approximately mid-30s. His chest rises and falls in steady rhythm as he stares beyond you, unblinking. His eyes are fixed glassily on the ceiling. He's been like this since you walked in. Anything to the contrary should be marked down as a grip on reality type problem. Cream paint, peeling slightly. A small room in a city past its prime. Nothing to suggest why the man is so interested in it. No response, no jolt, no tremor. All posts deserted. The green of long corroded copper. As for the face around the eyes, his jaw hangs slack, his glasses askew. The lopsided headphones accentuate a large bald spot atop his crown. Stiff-collared shirt, a snug brown jacket, and nothing below the waist but a pair of red briefs. As your eyes reach his feet, you notice that the man is also wearing 3 layers of socks, each slightly shorter than the one beneath it. This detail strikes you as very sad. There is no smell of alcohol, nor any open containers, no drug paraphernalia either, just a loose cord trailing to the stereo system. Like a cosmonaut safety tether. Your fingers detect a faint, steady pulse within the base of his wrist. Elevated, but not critical. When in theatre, an operant must always prepare to be assassinated. Of course, it is better not to be killed. Then the body is disobedient and must be brought to order. The man's eyes glisten. Bright red veins blossom around their edges. If so, he will have to become something else entirely. You both exist now in different futures. However he ended up like this, the result is the same. Operant lost. You wonder briefly how much or how little you owe him. Clipped to the inside flap of his jacket, you find a laminated badge, emblazoned with the crest of the Import-Export Bureau of the People's Republic of Kohila. The name reads, Esteman T. Below that, a title, Im Ex-Lead Hosiery. Sock merchant, one of the opera's most battle-tested covers. Wearing the wares for ease of display, an operant committed to his role. 3 other things of note: a slip of paper, a business card, and a rock-hard piece of candy. It's a purchase order for 10 socks, made out to Carmuna Pessoa, Fashions and Garments Bootleg Bazaar. Bootleg Bazaar. No coordinates found. Some kind of marketplace, and not one you've ever been to. The slip of paper grows heavy in your hand. It feels like a baton. Pseudopod's obligations are now yours. You owe this woman 5 pairs of socks. The card is cheap and scuffed. It reads, all you need is miracle, above a cartoonish image of disembodied lips at a phone receiver. Notably absent is an actual phone number. There's an indecipherable scribble. Whatever's written seems to begin with a D. into your pocket it goes. A wrapped-up rectangle of compressed sugar. It's so hard that your fingers cannot make an impression, no matter how much you strain. The candy slips back into the pocket's depths. You retract your hand from the man's pockets. A snail's trail of dried saliva glints on the side of his chin. The people's spy cannot be caught shirking. Time to escalate. Your double didn't notice your arrival. He doesn't notice your departure either. The bed looks serviceable. Deformed pillows and a depression in the mattress show it has been used. Room for two. You were supposed to lie here alongside your double. Seems it is all yours then, should you ever want to lay in it. You turn away. Daylight spills in from the window. A pair of men's trousers are hung delicately over the shower rail. If Pseudopod's pants were attempting to flee the scene, they did not make it very far. The front and back pockets are completely empty, except for a few pieces of linen. Brown, shapeless, utterly unremarkable. One of the many mysteries concerning men's trousers. He was trying to smooth out creases with shower steam. As you turn away, a phone begins to ring. You pick up the phone. The handset vibrates in your palm. Before you even finish speaking the word, the device connected to your phone base splits it into 256,000 encrypted fragments. The exquisite work of the magic box, one of the proudest achievements of the opera's technical services office. Half a world away, a familiar voice splits into a corresponding number of fragments before coalescing again by your ear.
Please tell me you have good news.
The voice of authority. Don't let her down. Become the operant she needs you to be.
Operant, you made it. Your voice hasn't changed. We'll get to catch-ups later. Put Pseudopod on the line.
You glance over at the man in the chair. You feel the receiver slipping from your sweaty palm. For a moment, no one says anything. There's no sound at all save for the blood in your ear and the electrostatic hum of the ultra-long-distance connection.
Has he been zeroed out?
Eliminated, killed, rendered inoperant.
one more time. Is your double zeroed out?
You must speak the word. She cannot make the determination herself. Once you say it, there's no going back. The momentum of events will overtake you.
Yes, you do. Is he zeroed out, operant? Right. I wonder which it is. Have our enemies blown us up already? Or is this just another day at the basement massage parlor of spy services? Fucking hell.
She's wondering how long till she can have a drink. Shriekily liqueur from a can. It's been several hours since her last.
The opera's going to hang me by the toes. For you, it's back to Satellite Facility B.
AKA the Freezer, the opera's labyrinthine archival complex, where the old, useless and discredited are consigned until they're dismissed or die of despair.
Spy how? You haven't even got the assignment. Listen to me. This assignment is over. Effective immediately.
Over. Immediately. The words ricochet inside your skull.
The woman in the Photoshop downstairs, Constanz. She's one of ours. Let her deal with Pseudopod. Do not tell her anything she doesn't need to know. As for you, we need to get you on the next aerotram out of the city.
Disregard. Time for some self-directed espionage. That numberless phone line may be worth investigating. Perhaps the room contains other leads as well.
Let the photo lady deal with him. Your concern is getting out of Portofiro, understand?
Reactionary pessimism. The people's spy is indomitable. No way things have gone this bad this quickly. There's only one possible explanation.
Simulation. That's a new one.
Precisely what the facilitator of a simulation would be required to say.
This must be some kind of maladapted trauma response. There should still be flights departing for Superblock territory tonight. Make sure you're on one of them. That's great, because you're not actually supposed to do anything. This assignment is over. Get on the next tram. If what you're saying is true, enemies abound. Don't get yourself zeroed out.
A click, and the line goes dead. This small table has been turned into a makeshift desk. The startlingly red folder stands out against the clutter. A small label in the top left corner is printed with one word. Your cryptonym, Cascade. The folder opens with a whoosh. Before you in neat monospace type, your life is condensed to its barest elements. Name Will Kershaw, cryptonym Cascade, born Landau, former Republic of Mercia. Dependents none, pay class D2, years of service 14. All true, none of it useful just now. Childhood, bourgeois, typical. History of student radicalism led to persecution by monotheist reactionaries, fled to People's Republic of Kohila, embraced post-historical materialism. In short, born capitalist, reborn communist. Medical record, history of dissociative episodes and reckless action, gunshot, chest, retained bullet, 10mm pre-service. Sexuality, homosexual tendencies, unconfirmed. Suicide risk minimal, ideation only. End of list. According to this file, that's all there is to you. According to the opera's remembrances, raw facts are the totality of your being. There's another page behind this one. It's labeled Service History. A tingle in your fingers. Your head grows lighter as you approach the crash site. Amidst the crumpled sheets of copy paper and empty takeout containers, you find an opened pack of cigarettes, Suprema mark. Suprema 100s, cheap superblock export. There's nothing outwardly noteworthy about this pack of Suprema 100s. It's like any other found in commissaries and corner stores across the People's Republics. There are a few mangled filters in the ashtray. You leave the cigarettes where you found them. There's nothing outwardly noteworthy about this pack of Suprema. You leave the cigarettes where you found them. You turn away from the desk. Following the cord from your double's headphones, you come to a mid-sized home stereo resting on a sideboard. Through the translucent view panel, you see a single red disc loaded in place. On the face of the disc are the words, Ultravioleta, you but from a dream, handwritten on thin strips of tape. You don't recognize the artist. The disc is loaded, ready to tell you. The chunky button makes a satisfying little thunk as you push it in. The discus begins to turn. You know because the spindle was rotating, though the speakers don't produce any sound at all. No sound, save the thin layer of static that lines the inner cables. The music player blinks, slowly. Or do you? You can't tell. It doesn't appear to be. The disc is spinning the way it's meant to. The silence is being overtaken by a different silence, like the slow darkening of night across the wall of an empty room. This new silence seeps into every corner of your body, loosening fixtures, rattling drawers. There is still no sound, but in your mind an image forms of a blasted heath, a smouldering circle at its center. Figures in tattered robes stagger and sway on the horizon. Nothing. You're simply playing a disc on a common home stereo system, the sort of thing millions of people across the world do every day. No, you probably shouldn't. The static quiets as you reset the volume. A brief internal hum, then the disc slides halfway out of the machine and waits there like it's trying to hide from you. You remove the red disc and place it into your pocket. You step away from the equipment. You return to your double's limp body. Your double is indifferent to the world. You return to the desk. The red folder is still sitting on its surface. Your hand grinds to a halt above the page and remains there. A full minute passes. Or never. That works too. You turn away from the desk. You dial your controller's number. The phone buzzes. After several rings, someone picks up.
You should be heading out by now. What is it? It works. Get moving, operant.
The line goes.
Enough! You're blacklisted. Take your sick little games elsewhere.
Easy, lady. I just want to develop some photographs. I'm not trying to take your innocence.
Does that poor girl even know what you're up to?
You have a wild imagination. A little photo should not count as a crime. It's not like it's a loaded gun or something.
The woman casts a split-second glance in your direction, requesting assistance.
Stark realities that prevent me from pursuing my interests. Also racism, maybe.
A crackle of recognition behind his eyes as they meet yours.
Very well. Photo 24 can have this round. Thank you for this extreme stress I'll now carry through my day.
He gives you one more glance as he leaves, garish coat flapping behind him.
That was exciting, wasn't it?
Despite the flowy garments and artistic scarf around her neck, there is hardness to this woman's expression. She's evaluating you just as you are her.
Nobody. A seedy little oddity who likes making fantastical threats. Probably just his lascivious aura. He's a local specimen. I doubt he ever gets out of Kisak. Ah, while I have it here, this is the screwdriver pseudopod requested. For the fax machine.
This toolkit looks so empty, barely usable in its current state. Fortunately, it appears highly expandable. She gestures towards the monstrous off-white plastic machine behind you.
Speaking of, where is your double?
This woman could be a valuable source of information if you can prise it from her.
No introductions necessary. Your operant, Cascade. I'm Constanz, of course. Special asset, liminal class. Making my debut with the Operant Bureau.
She gives you a curt but respectful nod in return.
before we get into it, I want to make one thing clear. Just because I'm working for the opera does not make me some kind of communist. A happily settled small businesswoman, a model petite bourgeois. My mother and father were hardcore Nestoristas. It would rattle their urns to know their only daughter shacked up with the communists.
And yet, the thought of scandalizing her dead parents thrills this woman to the bone.
So don't even attempt to seduce me with your post-historical dialectics. Your double already tried his hardest. I'm here strictly for the espionage. If there's any support you require, just say. I've got nearly everything in order, except for this monstrous fax machine.
She looks at you, awaiting instructions.
It's that little amber light. It means out of order, and I haven't been able to get it to green, meaning in order. Pseudopod assured me this machine was a vital tool of communication, as precious to our work as the magic box we installed on your room phone. I'm telling you now, Operant, that's what's happening here. You've received all sorts of technical training, I presume. I would think getting a little light to turn green should be well within your powers.
A dread beast humming with dormant power. A handless scribe. It just needs to be soothed.
Yes? What is it? My God, you're saying he's... Oh, God.
Behind the acrylic display case, your eye catches on a scene of an amateur pelota squad, smiling against a sun-bleached wall. Memories trapped beneath dull ice.
What do we do, Operant? It was yesterday, when he returned for the evening. He looked stressed, like he was shouldering a great burden. It must have been the assignment, I'm sure. Nothing. Only the bare rudiments. I thought it was supposed to be that way.
This isn't getting anywhere.
Pseudopod was a very good teacher. He said it would fall on me to see after any operants who are incapacitated in theatre. I wonder, did he ever suspect he was talking about himself? Absolutely not. Nobody's been upstairs except yourself and Pseudopod. I can assure you, Operant. Oh dear, I could use a rag. I've never seen this before. What's on it?
Meaning Pseudopod must have brought it here.
But it's just a disc. How can that be? I must say, it doesn't look like a regular disc like you buy at the shops. This looks more like a bootleg. I haven't the faintest idea. I'm adrift. Pseudopod struck me as an absolute professional and very cautious. I suppose I could move him to the spare room down here. That way I can keep an eye on him. A doctor. Right. Good thinking. Dr. Hugo would help. He runs a houseboat clinic in the back ways to the west of the old docks, past the waterlock. I can't really say for certain. He kept things very close, as he was supposed to. Have you tried the Bootleg Bazaar? He was down there yesterday.
The Bootleg Bazaar. That matches the purchase order you found on his body.
It's where all the knockoffs and illegal imports come make their way into the city. It's only sprung up in the last few years. Part of the whole mania of all things Lusian. It may well have. I'm sure there's a disc vendor down there. It can't hurt to ask, can it?
On the contrary, asking the wrong question can hurt quite a lot. Still, a lead is better than no lead.
He said he intended to interview some of the vendors. I can't tell you what he was after, precisely. You can practically see it from the front door, due south, in the ruins of the old Essilk factory. Head west from the roundabout. If by some chance you find yourself in Party Alley, it means you've gone the wrong way. Anything for the assignment. Was there anything else? I certainly don't. It looks flirtatious. Seedy business attracts itself. Try the Fogged Mirror. It's a bar just to the west, along Party Alley.
Your old haunt, where you met with your former assets once upon an assignment. She gives you a brief nod.
Very well. Forgive me, is this some kind of test? Shouldn't you be the one advancing thesis and so forth? Yes, that much is clear.
She gives you a nod.
Before you do, I understand this is your first time back in theatre for some time.
She hesitates, a little shy all of a sudden.
I just wanted to say, welcome back to the opera.
The screen flickers, static turns to black. A booming voice emerges.
Did you know water covers approximately 63% of the world, but the sky covers 100%?
Wrong. The sky is only 98% sky. The other 2% is used to cover up the fact that they replaced the moon 4 times.
On screen, there appears a man with a paper bag over his head. He gesticulates wildly.
But they don't want you to know that. That's why they're coming for me. But not before I tell you the truth.
The screen warps and color shifts. Between clips of the Bagman talking, a phone number flashes urgently. You jot down the digits as Bagman watches on.
I am Subcommandante Bagman, and this is the reality situation. No breaks, no filters, no cowards. This is a war, and I don't take orders from anyone, especially not reality.
Careful. He's about to prematurely oraculate. He salutes you back. The people united under one bag.
I know about the Boers. I know about iodine. La Luz's invisible aircraft carriers, weaponized nostalgia, microbial microphones, lunar obfuscation programs.
For 300 years, the Lusian elite have been producing psychic copies of themselves, all to preserve the consciousness of one man, the original techno-fascist.
Find out what I know by tuning into the reality situation, airing until they shut us down.
The sounds from the commercial fade. A humongous white block of office technology sits in front of you. It looks like a sacrificial altar made of plastic. Inside, mechanical parts are assembled in such a way that it can scream analog messages across huge distances. Image quality, and whatever remains of human patience. Your screwdriver makes short work of the starhead screws holding the side panel in place. You set them aside one by one and gently remove the plastic panel. The holy innards of the facsimile machine reveal themselves to you like a sacrificial animal waiting to be interpreted. You're looking at a Sugar Hill Executive Series 2, a cursed model, plagued by numerous debilities, most commonly a chronically misaligned paper tray. The machine is silent. The amber light blinks. From the machine bowels comes a pleasing chunk, As the plastic tray slots back into its receiver, the paper belt purrs as life is restored.
Much better, thank you.
The small green light marks its status as ready. You turn away from the fax machine.
I'll print. Nothing, I'm afraid. That's understandable. It's been a while since you were last in Portofiro, hasn't it? Head south, and you're guaranteed to find it. It's just east of the roundabout and west of the backways. Leave the bootleg bazaar from the west entrance, then just keep going. Eventually you'll hit water. You'll want to stop then. Hardly. It's just around the corner. Walk west a ways, and you'll find yourself right in the plaza. Of course, Oprin. I'll be here if you require anything.
You step over the threshold and into a memory. This place, this bar, the center of the frozen world. Old schnapps and the faded sour cologne of body odor and bleach. Soft yellow light filtered through cracked shades. The rumble of the ice machine. A hissing television. Exactly how you remember it. Favorite den of Keysok's local Pelota squad and their partisans, as well as a certain disgraced spy of the Operant Bureau. You discover your thumb rubbing itself along the numberless business card you found on your double. Stale air circulates your lungs. The taste is familiar. You glance towards the bartender, a younger woman you don't recognize, darker skin and sandy hair, carrying a soft scowl. The best part about this place is that it's open all night, every night. Its doors are always open to you, as they are now. On the wall above, mounted like the taxidermied head of a bull moose, is a toilet. From across the room, the bartender notices your gaze and the expression on your face.
Don't worry. The smudge on the rim is just blood. 83. Kisok versus Recreación. The referee sent Peña off on a bullshit call. A riot ensued, as per tradition. Someone ripped a toilet right out of the washroom wall and chucked it at the Recreación supporters.
It's a misty, watercolored memory for her. Kisok's pride, the moment it all peaked, when all the madness and meaning in the world swelled into one glorious, unstoppable wave. Countless injuries were reported in the aftermath of the incident, and 2 fatalities confirmed. The bartender gives a small, approving nod in your direction. In the machine aisles is a lineup of smokes, candy, and canned coffee. The packet makes a satisfying thunk as it hits the well. If you change your mind, they'll still be here, dormant in their artificially chilled chamber. Under a thick, curved screen, colors rip and tear into each other, making it impossible to make sense of what is currently playing.
Oh yeah. Pro typos are garbage. I suppose I'll buy a new one. Again. It looks confusing. Purple was Beetle Sporting's color.
The television is a cheap Lusian knockoff. These things start falling apart as soon as they're lifted off the assembly line. All things can be fixed with enough time, effort, money, will. The question is, do you have any of those? The TV continues to rip open the colors of another dimension.
What do you have? No, I don't think we have. I'm Lucia. What brings you to Kisok? I know how that is.
Her demeanor softens ever so slightly.
What do you have? It's on the house. You can pay if you want.
She spritzes an astringent cleaning fluid on the counter and buffs it to a dull shine.
Sure.
As you watch, a faint rainbow sheen gathers in the tiny bubbles at the rim of the cup. Soap scum caked into the corners of the pot. Tempo used to swirl the coffee around his mouth and spit it back with a muttered, "Mierda de cerdo." The percolator has kept it warm, but not hot.
So, here to meet your friend? Over there.
She gestures towards an older man in a booth. His back is to you.
Strange. He said he was expecting someone like you. No. That's a display of Kisok generosity. He said you were in the same line of work. No. Don't tell me you're in Portofiro for the phone sex. Must be a close acquaintance. It's a 24-hour sex line. Free. Paid for by... who knows? Whoever it is, they're making a fortune on Renotel stuff. The phone company. Owns all the payphones, private lines, you know, with the dolphins.
A chime echoes somewhere in the back of your memory. Renotel.
Guess it's either that or the bazaar. It's a payphone to the west of here. It overlooks the water. You'll know it from the group of excited old men nearby. This is about it. But it's mostly just me in here doing all the work. Takes it out of me. Yeah, we have a couple of kids who come in and clear tables. Sometimes I let them serve, but they're unreliable. Close by. I grew up about 5 minutes from here. If you're born Kisok, you never really leave. You know why they call it Party Alley? It's Calle del Partido, from when we still had El Partido Comunista. They built the plaza around the Palace of Culture, not the other way around.
The bartender doesn't acknowledge the gesture. She raises her fingers and starts counting them off.
The Bootleg Bazaar, Beetle Tract, Palace of Culture, and I already told you about the Miracle Line. Lot of people lived there until it got bulldozed to build Sweet Nestor space program back in the 70s. Abandoned now, of course.
He fled to an unknown location after being exiled for the third and apparently final time, though a small collection of loyalists await his return.
Cheap tat is usually popular with tourist types. Directly south of here, next to the docks. Listen for the crowds. Look for the stalls covered in tarpaulin. Not much. Nestor built it during his communist period. Building's still impressive from the outside, but it's been falling down slowly. You can find it at the top of Party Alley. It's a 24-hour sex line. You can find it to the west of here, overlooking the water.
She nods, happy to stop playing the tour guide.
Friend of yours? He was here a few days ago. Seems to have come in to have a chat with your man over in the corner booth. The one you've never seen before.
She shakes her head. She stays silent, waiting for you to kickstart the conversation.
Hasn't given one. Just like you. Schnapps, so far.
She shakes her head.
Exceptionally.
She makes a show of clearing her throat before your next question.
Not much. Mostly drinking and fiddling with paper.
She glances over at the man as he sits silently at his booth, transfixed by something in his hands.
Perfectly polite. Keeps to himself. Hasn't caused any trouble. Pays in cash. Bit of a lizard, I suspect. Fine by me. Have you bar-backed before?
Hesitation, as she's caught between a need and a worry.
Fine. I can throw you some soul off the books. I just need you cleaning, bussing, nothing complicated, okay? Here. Start with wiping down tables.
The rag squelches in your hand, oozing grey-brown foam as you glide it over recently vacated tabletops. It's a race against the drinkers to clean each table, only to step back and watch them dirty them all over again. Race, wipe, wait, repeat, table after table, until the room begins to thin.
Hey, it's been 4 hours. Take a break.
Stopping is almost harder than trying to keep up with the work. Your mind continues to race, looking for things to wipe, unable to stop.
You definitely helped. Thanks. See you.
An older man, heavy-set, looks up as you approach. On the table next to him is a large plastic box. An accordion hose runs from the side of it and disappears between his shirt buttons.
Operator, one of you to drop by. Though a bit earlier than I was expecting.
It should be said that you've never seen this man before in your life.
No matter. You're here now. That's what counts. Never. And yet I think we're well met. Some reputations precede. I heard a notorious spy had escaped from the freezer and was running amok in theater. Had to see for myself.
This man must be part of our welcoming committee. The gang's legend spreads far and wide.
Now here you are, in living color. Cascade, known to some as Herschel Wilk.
You might still be able to play this off.
Sure. I was a sock importer once or twice myself. Of course, that was before I became a null entity. These days, I'm just sad old man in an ugly shirt, killing time at a gaudy Belita bar.
No entity. The Operant Bureau's preferred name for those it would rather forget.
But my sordid history's not the subject here. It's you everyone's asking about. Old friends, professional critics, big-time players in the international organ market. All kinds of stuff. They're asking, has she figured out her assignment yet? What's going on with her double? Does she still have it? Thrilling questions all. But mainly, they're concerned about your heart. Size of a fist, weighs about 1/4 kilo. They want to know what you'll take for it. A heart with history. There's connoisseurs who'd pay a premium for that.
There's no threat behind his words. He's simply describing the objective state of things.
Reminds me of a story in the paper. An Azuri cannibal pays another man for the pleasure of killing him and devouring his heart. Gruesome scene. Features a frying pan and all sorts of unprintable details. One detail they did print, though, was this. A fella who sells his own heart accepts his payment by check. GMs find it uncashed in his blood-drenched shirt pocket. Absolutely. If you don't set your own price, the market will. The opera have dropped you in a river of shit. Maybe I can help you get yourself out of it. Call it your look of haggard perplexity, assuming that's not just your normal expression. You've been out of the action for 5 years. I've been in this game a long time. Picked up plenty of neat things that could be of interest to you. Take a recent sample. One of your enemies has set up a secret jail somewhere here in Kisak. Strike a chord. The rich one. Emter.
Emter, aka L'Empire Sans Territoire, aka The Bank. Equal parts Global Development Fund and Spy Service. Linchpin of the developed world.
My offer is this. I share with you a little from my wall of shadows. You help me with some personal research. Because I've been in a few, and set up a few others myself. Went the wrong way then, I'd say. Bazaar's southeast of here. Maybe this rendezvous was a bit premature. Tell you what, let's try again once you've gotten a bit more up to speed. I recommend Carmuna, personally. Runs a second-hand clothes stall right by the canal. Terrible gossip. Never heard a secret she couldn't wait to spill. I'll be here if you want to talk more. This thing? No. This is just the plastic box that keeps me from shaking the Manus Fati.
To shake the hand of fate is to die in this part of the world.
Last I heard, the original article was sitting on a desk in a third-level sub-basement somewhere in Nevessa. Story for another time, I'd say. More like a private joke that went a little too far. This was your old haunt, was it not? See why you're drawn to it. Spacious, decent sightlines. Noisy enough to make bugging impractical.
At this hour, the bar is beginning to come to life again. A few regulars shuffle in, taking their regular positions. The two of you attract no particular attention. Meanwhile, the bartender washes a few glasses in a tiny sink, looking up every now and then towards the television.
Yes. This place will do. Our temporary office. Long as we're both in Portofiro, of course. As I said, wanted to witness your return to live action myself. Just because I'm bereft of official existence doesn't mean I can't keep an eye on the younger generation. Maybe pass along a little practical wisdom here and there. Verdict still out. Doesn't even seem like you made it as far as your unfortunate double. Almost like you made straight for the bar. Interesting approach. Working with locals. Good. A chance encounter, believe it or not. I took your man's temperature and no more. Gastropod, is it? Even worse. How's he getting on? Haven't seen him for a few days. And meanwhile, back on the material plane, that leaves you without backup. Unfortunately, that seems to be the modus these days. Chiseling hunks of frost-burnt meat out of the freezer and tossing them straight into the grinder. Must be a better way, you'd think. Barbarous youth storming the gates, hoisting its dirty flag. You got age on your side. But have you got it? Rhetorical question. Remains to be seen. It? That ineffable, inexplicable quality essential to success in theater. Frequently discussed, rarely demonstrated. No, it is uncountable and immeasurable, much to the chagrin of the chart fuckers who lately seized control in Nevesser and the other citadels of secret power. And yet, when in its presence, none can deny. Not that it. If you can't even tell the difference, you're off to a poor start, I'd say. Depends. Do you want to grab reality by the face, tear off a false skin, and stare into the abyss of stars inside her skull? There was a time when someone believed you might, seeing as they trusted you to set up the opera's last Portofiro network. Didn't turn out so hot, if reports are accurate. And yet, here you are, back on the scene. That suggests your it levels haven't totally flatlined. Bold pronouncement, I'd say. As yet, unsubstantiated. Forewarned is forearmed. Take your pick. We're nominally in the developed world. That's amateur's home pitch. By that same token, Portofiro was Elysian penal colony for a long while. Some people think the weeping eye are lurking around every corner.
Lalouz, once a powerful empire, now reconstituted as a modern techno-fascist state, the rising military and cultural power of the day. The Weeping Eye, Leloux's secret place, the dark subconscious of the stay.
Naturally, the techno-fascists are really treating the place like they own it again. Operating out in the open like that suggests confidence, I'd say.
He takes the disc and adjusts his glasses to get a closer look.
Two things stand out. First, this is an unusual format. Einzelton. Not just standard consumer fare. That right? Solid stagecraft, I'd say. The artist, Ultra Violeta, the Lusian electro-pop singer. Gone missing, so they say. I guess not. Freshly unshelved as you are. Ultra Violeta is quite popular, especially in this city. You but from a dream. No, nothing at all. Local television personality, though his accent suggests origins in the People's Republics. Lavendy, I'd say.
The PR Lavendy, the less socially developed neighbor of the PR Kohila.
Obviously a lunatic, an addict of some sort. I'd keep my distance, were I you. He's got a glorified rat hole in the housing campaign. Calls it his Fortress Studio. Across the rooftops, I think. Please, upper end. There's cavorting with the genius loci, and then there's wrapping your mouth around a raw sewage line. That said, he's got tens of thousands of regular viewers. Not bad for public access. Only what's in his red folder? Do you want to hear it?
With a great sigh, the man leans back in the booth and closes his eyes.
Novessa born, graduate of the Polytechniker. No partner or dependents, of course. Father was a noted cosmonaut, taught life sciences before his recruitment. Cryptonyms are never so arbitrary as they're meant to be. When it comes to names, the mind demands something that sticks.
The old man's eyelids flutter as he continues.
No remark-worthy sexual tendencies, high attention to detail, a mild allergy to his own sweat, occasional flashes of grandiosity. That last point may sound familiar. You were chosen because his skill sheet was thought to complement your own. How that translates interpersonally, more for you to say. Spoken like one who doubts or doesn't recognize her own hand in things. And recitation. No such thing in my experience.
There's no man here, A null entity does not exist, has never existed. The deeds and assignments attributed to them never occurred. You are speaking with air. That's because you're not speaking with a man. You're speaking with an augmentoid. Just look at the heart box thing. The theory is bulletproof.
Till next time, operand.
This is a dangerous path you are traversing, Cascade. In the subterranean halls of the Opera, the ancients are whispering about you. They're saying Cascade has gone looking for it. Then you've already lost. Some are born with it. Those who go looking for it, more often than not, end up destroying their lives in pursuit of the elusive ideal, like Operant Probable before you. The Ancient Ones shake their heads with despair. There goes another one, they're whispering.
The Opera's psychomancers had high expectations for your levels of it, based on their initial examinations.
In their final reports, Probable speculated that it had disappeared completely from this material plane, and could only be recovered by undertaking a dangerous meta-quest. Luck and skill, Cascade. You will need both.
I can do this. I can take you on. I'm your man. I'm your man. I'm your man.
The middle-aged man cranes his neck to look at the top of the pylon. You can see the blue fabric of a worker's uniform under his high-vis vest. He blinks at the interruption, startled out of his mantra. That thing he's carrying has got buttons. A little antenna. That's a grade A thingy, all right.
Lots of things. Primarily, it picks up wireless networks, radio frequencies, and electrical signals so you can track their source. It would be more relevant to my experience, but I'm retired from that sort of work at least. I wish I could say that, but it's an integral part of my job. You'll have to be more specific. Seen a couple of guys who match that description. Not that I pay much attention to them. The uniform of all those type of men. You'll have to give me something else. I don't think I'm tall enough to see other men's bald spots. They're quite common as well, you know? Good point. It's been a while since I saw them. Long enough that I don't remember where. Right you are. I can tell you that it's Renotel's longest running and top performing fixed line. Must be just over a decade at this point. It's actually the last payphone in Portofiro to still be running the old way. Now they've all gone wireless. The line cannot go down, not even for a second, which means it cannot be serviced or upgraded. First thing they taught me when I joined.
A single thread, fraying.
The reason being, or so I've heard, is that Renotel would incur a bill of such whopping proportions that it could risk the whole company going under. Maybe it's not, but it's what people say. The unrealized loss, they call it. The company's big secret, gnawing away at its foundation like a rat in the shadows. It's the old payphone along the back ways, west of the docks. No, that kind of thing isn't for me. It's just part of the job to know about it. Make sure it stays operational. You know why now.
He really wants you to believe that.
Sure. None that I know of. Which reminds me, I really should get around to registering for a GP. Oh, it's just me trying and failing to do my job.
A feeling you know well enough.
It's embarrassing, really. I'm overqualified for this position, and yet I can't even do the simplest tasks asked of me.
What he says doesn't add up. The logic is broken.
Now I've said it out aloud. Yes, I would agree. Put it this way. I'm a qualified engineer with years of experience, just not in this particular field.
Whatever he's hiding, it isn't pleasant. It destroyed something in him.
I'm hired to perform any necessary maintenance on the arteries.
Technical words that only mean something to those with the prerequisite knowledge.
The wireless phone network is routed through electronic boxes called arteries. They work like the old terminal boxes, except there are no cables or wires. Renotel has been upgrading its payphones across the city. They pretty much all run on wireless signals now. Mad, isn't it? We can send telephony data through the air now using radiophonics. Renotel is developing a range of products with this technology, including portable phones, intercoms, headsets, and cordless scanners.
The result of non-competitive bidding and a bit of self-dealing on the part of the city's governing elite.
The owner of Renotel, the rich guy at the top of it all. The company is named after him. Imagine being the one man in charge of telecommunications across the city. I guess so. Doesn't make my job any easier, though. Yes, one of the old terminals. It's a terrible tangle of cables up there, but I can handle that. The part I'm struggling with is climbing up this ladder. I'm acrophobic, one of my many fears.
A man stood on a cliff's edge, constantly expecting even the ground to fall from under him.
Oh no, you really shouldn't. Not only is it dangerous, but qualified Renotel technicians are the only persons permitted up there. It's complicated, not something I can teach you in a day. Not a lot, unfortunately. I do collect magnets, though. That's probably the most fun thing about me. It's a lifetime hobby. I always carry a few around in my pockets, so I can see what surfaces they will stick to. Oh, well, that's good to know.
Your obsessions and secret passions have saved you more than once, and may yet again.
Where to even start? I'm scared of heights, wild boars, drains, tuk-tuks, teenagers, the moon. You haven't been there.
He doesn't answer, at least not with words. No need when your body language matches a spider as it stiffly curls up in a ball to die.
I've had them for about a decade. I only had one or two at first, then slowly acquired more and more over the years.
He grimaces, wearing the same look as when you asked him about the moon. The technician gulps as he stands there, looking helpless.
Yes, so am I. A terrible thing to live within the ruins of the self. But we keep going any way we can. Same as everyone else. Mining cadmium, lithium, and other rare minerals. In my case, on behalf of the Illuminated Empire, La Luz. Not for any good reason. It hardly supports life, but is all too ready to offer up a drawn-out death. I saw much of it up there. Statistically, there is more death happening around us here, but it is much crueler on the moon. Perhaps because the spirit is divorced from its home soil and cannot so easily return. It's what gives me hope that one day I will find peace. Of course, it makes the encroaching inevitability of my own death easier to deal with, too. Then I feel sorry for you. Your steady approach into oblivion will be frightening. But there is time. You may change your mind yet, especially as the blackness starts to swallow your mind.
He hid it well. What else could he be hiding?
It? Is that what you said? It? Is that a chemical symbol or something?
Detecting low levels of it here. Seems his return hasn't solved that particular problem at all. As you depart, the chant of "I'm your man" starts back up behind you. A slanted aluminium box is bolted into the pylon spine. Beneath the friendly dolphin emblem, the word Renotel was etched into the metal. Cold and hard, but the playful smile remains. Inside, a slab of beige plastic, an old terminal. Behind a clouded sheet of polyglass, the screen remains black. No buttons on the outer housing that you can see. No glowing standby light. Your fingers find a steel drawer. It slides out with a creak, revealing a keyboard designed for gloves, each key a chunky slab. A low wavering whine. Behind glass, the cathode ray tube flickers once, twice, then flashes white. System waking. Please wait. Mem check. 00016 KB. OK ports. Com1, Com2, AUX, trunk. Diagnostic mode enabled. Welcome to Renotel Control version 1.2. Copyright 87 Renotel. Enter command. Available commands. 1. Line diag. 2. Trunkmon. 3. Network. Based on the available options, this is a maintenance terminal. You might be able to get information on the Renotel network from here. So the name suggests. As for what kind of diagnostics? Around you, hundreds of landlines run up and down the pylon. Assuming you had some way to identify the line in question. You know, for monitoring trunks. The terminal clunks as if it's exhaling static. The screen flickers, awaiting your input. Line diagnostic mode. Enter landline identifier to proceed. Line ID. The machine's internal speaker beeps sharply. A random array of numbers line up in horizontal formation across the screen. It achieves nothing. The screen flickers. You close the box.
Oh, you're back. None at all. Of course. Sure. If we must. Very much. It's fairly peaceful. And I've always been quite fond of seafood. Though I will admit, I'm getting a little bit sick of shrimp.
As you depart, the chant of
Check it out, Hirsch. The creditorial equivalent of a mountain. An impossible weight somehow lifted, just waiting for the disturbance that will bring down the avalanche. If it comes down, it all comes down. Countries end, history restarts, cunts die. By some estimates, the entire world is 3 trillion sol in debt. If every 1 sol note in existence were used to pay off every loan, at the end of the day, you would still come up short. It's only stupid for those in the losing position. The ones who think they have to pay back every penny. The good news is, you don't have to be one of those people. Debt is platonic, Hirsch. Big or small, it doesn't exist as long as you don't pay it. Now you're talking. Your new imaginary girlfriend is called Credit, and you can do whatever you want with her.
The store has been left unattended. A haphazard arrangement of paperbacks and hardcovers that have seen better days. A handwritten sign teeters on top of one of the stacks of books. Books 10 sol, magazines 5 sol. Place money in the box. Viva la comunidad. Relic of the district's more communitarian heritage. A few scrawled tags separate the various teetering piles into vague sections. Depends on how much you enjoy predictable pursuits of serial killers, variably through occult forests and the urban stage. Unfortunately, the stall's offerings look pretty bare. Nothing catches your eye. By far the largest collection, you see a wild range of material, from an anti-aging guide to a series of books all by the same author, Vitor Kampf. A prominent Lusian philosopher whose works have occasionally crossed over into international interest. Doesn't seem familiar. He gazes back at you from the cover, darkly handsome in glossy black and white, with the far-off look of an old film star. Underneath it is stated, the philosophical bad boy for our times. Many people are attracted to the mind rather than the body. A large space is allocated to the genre, but most of the books have been taken. Only a few worn stragglers remain. One of them doesn't even have any pages, just a dust jacket. A shelf of scuffed books are united by their preference for black and apocalyptic reds. On their spines, a series of grandiose words large enough to fill the universe. Two of the titles stand out to you above the others. Light March of the Chosen and Greed in the Interzone. Pulpy space opera, not at its finest. The characters are heavily stereotypical. The plot is erratic, and there are spelling errors on nearly every page. A bunch of religious cultists travel through out of space in search of what they believe to be their god, that end up being swallowed by a planet. No, it turns out the planet is their god. They end up inside the belly of paradise and live there forever. Totally. It's a shame the word planet is mistyped as plant on the final page. Despite its dull cover, it seems to be an outright attack on the current state of reality, realized as an adventure through a futuristic city that thrives on depravity. Between all the gay sex, violence, and drug-taking, there's a serious point about how we're being held back by the unfettered impulses of the ruling class. It's not much different to a modern-day city, except the laws are much more lax, and what would be considered immoral now has become fairly normal. None, so far as you can tell. It's just episodic atrocities and gratuitous acts of obscenity. A notorious Lusian novelist and heroin addict. The author photo shows her sat on a disheveled bed, about to jab a needle into her arm, biting a tourniquet wrapped tightly around the target limb. If anything, he would object to labeling it fiction. The book resumes its place among the others, its degenerate content perfectly camouflaged. Hundreds of printed materials, well used, slumber before you. You flip through the stack of slim, staple-bound periodicals, faded fashion catalogues 6 years out of date, softcore adult mags, a gun magazine, and a lot more. Most magazines tend to be, especially those that people donate to a project like this one. The more recent issues focus on the emergent Lusian styles. The oldest among them feature Portofiro clothes, local-made textiles from the famous silk factories. You do the honest thing. Nothing changes in the world. One cover catches your eyes. It depicts a leather-clad man, looking intensely grim with a large sword on his back. A label warns of ultra-violent content. The Hombre Hombre, Volume 5, Issue 8. A quick flip through reveals the amount of blood spilled is only matched by the sheer amount of nudity. You do the honest thing. Nothing changes in the world. You turn away from the piles of books. A low-budget clandestine publication, somewhere between fanzine and paperback. The author's name is listed on the first page as Ji Cheng Wang. As it must be. This is a genre of literature neither written nor consumed by respectable individuals. It consists of some 60 pages of text, followed by an appendix with cut-out schematics for the body of the gun. Ostensibly a how-to guide, It doubles as a philosophical inquiry into the subject of firearms ethics. Firearms good, ethics bad. There are times in the conduct of human affairs when it becomes necessary to wang someone or something. This is a reality. There are, however, some preliminary considerations to disseminate. Are you asking yourself whether you should or should not use the information in this book to build yourself a highly illegal firearm? Alas, there are many such decisional pitfalls in our world. Law-abiding individuals are treated with the utmost derision. If this book could wang 'em all, it would. It goes on extensively, the tone veering back and forth between sardonic hand-washing and outright murder advocacy. Probably not. Do you want to? Wang is the theory, and wang is the practice. The instructions specify materials for a 6-shot pipe gun with push feed. 500-gram hard plastic melted down, 1 coin 10mm diameter, 1 broomstick or wooden dowel, 1 aluminium can, tools, glue, and plywood. Ball bearings. Yes, and it is up to you to scavenge it all. Best place to start would be Photo 24. There's got to be some of this stuff lying around there somewhere. It's a working photo lab after all. Dotted lines mark the edges of 3-dimensional objects unfolded into rectangles and curved flaps. While unintelligible, the form of the gun lurks somewhere inside those shapes. Mathematical and yet crude, the lines display a profoundly unsober competence. 2 objects. The larger one is a mold that goes around the barrel and includes a crude grip, magazine well, and the outer part of the bolt feed mechanism. The smaller object is the bolt. Dotted lines, mathematical and yet you flip back to the building. It will be the test of fire.
If you think the philosophy of Chiang Wang is just about crafting little homemade guns, you are sorely mistaken. Giving you a momentary escape from the world of sheep. Look around you, you're inside it.
The testing ground for technologies of dehumanization known as the developed world.
More a prison of sheep, actually. A fluffy cage where the inmates are sheep, the guards are sheep, even the walls are sheep. That is society. Do not ask Wang for help. Reach out and take what you want. That is the Wang way of absolute self-reliance. Don't just make your own guns, make your own laws. Make your own drugs, print your own IOUs and introduce them into the flow of currency. Don't pay taxes, declare independence from the state and make people pay you taxes. And remember, you owe the prison of sheep nothing, and that includes remuneration for the items that you decide you need. Stealing implies the breaking of an agreed social contract. Did you sign a contract? Clearly the enemy got to you first. The world is yours, if you dare. The only thing stopping you is your ovine adherence to the rules. And if anyone tries to stop you, wang 'em.
A shade in a leather jacket thrusts a decapitated head towards the reader, its lolling tongue and dripping viscera a promise of what's inside. Jagged metal, independently published metal, ombre. You pause on a splash panel, huge, taking up the entire 2-page spread. The ombre stands in a pool of swirling water, a tiny ocean floating in a void of liminal space. The towers of the sunlit city stretch towards the empty sky, their basements flooded, massive fish splayed atop their roofs, gasping for air. Before him, a red cloak, in the shape of his own silhouette, his own body bag, rises out of the water, inviting him to enfold himself inside. The longer you look, the more details are revealed to you. A tiny face hidden in the brushstrokes that define a pool of water, the intricate brickwork on a horizon line building. Flipping the magazine open to where its bindings hold the pages together, your eyes are filled with a horizontally oriented image, the comic's glorious cover, blown up in size. The astringent chemical stink of cheap ink curls your delicate nostril hairs. The comic inks aren't even going to give you a head rush, but the nostalgia factor is undeniable. Black and white panels whip by, almost animated like a flipbook by the motion of your thumb. A word bubble filled with scratchy handwriting conjures a raspy voice in your mind's ear, a polyp on the perineum of society. A clawed fist hitting a pulped face, the violence itself off-panel, but somehow made visible by the suggestion of the word "Krish" in a sickly bold font. A figure, man, woman, or demon, it's unclear, being consumed by shadows, swallowed alive, screaming. It wasn't a guy, it was a moon cultist, part of the wicked cabal responsible for killing his companion and lover, Aurelia Mist, the healer with the transplanted hands of a dual-wielding assassin. At least he did, before Aurelia was murdered by the moon cult. This isn't even the best arc. Wait until he finally masters shadow puppetry in Volume 6. You're confronted by a striking image in bold red and black. A woman perched on a sofa in a simply furnished apartment. A handgun lies across her lap. On the table next to her, a beverage in an appealing slim can. In white text, contrasted against the black shadows, the words, "Safe house is anywhere." This woman is being paid to convince you it is. It's nothing like the ones they have back in the People's Republics. The woman's fingers caress the weapon, a gesture of intimacy. Effa Red and Black Special Edition. The can is adorned with a handful of coffee beans, a sugar cane, and a splash of cream. There is no other identifier. She knows you're watching. The shutter's release captured the moment she was thinking about you. The future. The onlooker. Forever. She knows that you see her. She is nothing. An actor, likely hired on the basis of her fascinating hair. Counterculturally sure, but with a disregard for femininity that marks her as sexually unavailable. The words begin to blur before your eyes. An overactive imagination is the product of excessive leisure time. The woman hands you the coffee and the gun. She's smiling. Her skirt rides up as she shifts to give you space beside her. Your eyes snap back into focus. The woman, the gun, the appealing can are all as they were. Around you, the sounds of Party Alley resume. Wait, don't leave her. Take her home with you. Yes, she belongs on that big blank wall next to your bed. Dried flakes of paste drift to the pavement as you peel the advert from the wall and roll it up. You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. The dolphin's playful gaze remains fixed on you. Your gaze wanders away. The dolphin doesn't seem to mind at all. You do not yet have the number of anyone else in this city. There is only one, Maurito, your controller. She'd only tell you to get on an aerotram back home again. A direct order which you have so far disobeyed. Whether you want it or not, the number is a lifeline to you. Always there if you need it. It's certainly possible, though any benefit to doing so is unclear. Don't start wasting your time with prank calls, Operant. The Renotel Dolphin eyes you expectantly. You can almost feel the texture of its wet, rubbery skin. Soft, smooth. It's just a little plastic dolphin, There's no way you're actually getting satisfaction from this. 1, 2, and then you let the dolphin be. You step away from the payphone. The tiles of this plaza seem to radiate outwards from the strange tree at its center, unlike any other you've seen in this city. Time passes, but you take no note of it. No one takes note of you either. To wider key sock, you're simply a middle-aged woman staring at a tree. Nothing much happens. Yellow tree. You leave the mysterious tree to its business. An old bench kneels in your presence. Its planks are bowed and scarred. Marks to be revered from seeing many people over the years. It sags gently as you settle in. Operant Cascade's first special bench, filed H14. Location, Landau, capital of the Holy and Democratic Republic of Mercia. A slab of marble and cedar, cool, even in summer. The perfect place to hand-roll cigarettes and devour deviant graphic novels. Hidden in the shade of St. Erentudris' Basilica, 3 streets away and 5 years early to your appointment with a bullet. Pulpish black and white collections, printed and stapled together by clandestine presses. Space adventures, sex, violence, thrilling contraband. A snorkel to messier, louder, brighter worlds. Maybe you'd have never left Mercia without them. After some time, the present seeps back in. Your limbs don't feel as heavy as they did. Gently, Portofiro coaxes you back into its rhythm. An old bench kneels, marks to be revered from seeing many people. You turn away from the bench. The sour scent of urine surrounds the vending machine. Luckily, the beverages inside look fresh. The piss smell waves goodbye to your nostrils. The boy shifts in his cocoon of mismatched fabric. Moonlight shimmers across a holographic patch on his sleeve. The patch reads, Marco.
How'd you know my name?
He narrows his eyes, chin raised, and looks down at his sleeve.
Oh yeah, you're right. Nah, it's from La Luz. It's the Saltutsuri Dream on Neon, personalized.
With a flick, the boy shows off the sleeve's electric magenta trim. Black tags dangling from the hem chime loudly.
What? They're all different. My friend's got a red one. Yeah? Alright. I don't know. I don't know.
Doesn't know much, this one.
I hang out like everyone else. It's normal. What? Okay. What?
Not one step further, bored scum. I'll do it!
Coiled, fingering the safety latch.
I'll enjoy it too. I think I can probably come just from watching the trauma sink into your face, right before the oxygen stops reaching my brain for good. Don't pretend you're interesting. I can smell it on you, you know? The forms, the files, the fucking bureaucratic miasma that birthed you.
His left foot twitches in anticipation of the jump.
So you're talking to your little colleague out there. I know you're from the medical board, and I know he's been watching me. Pathetic. Did they even train you? If you're not bored, which you fucking are, then go and deal with the stain of nut shit lurking outside. I know that scarf of his is a fucking wire. Kid, that's a 40-year-old man with a severe deformity. terminal virgin, too. Stench of xenophobia all over him. No one takes down Dr. Gonzalo E.S. Gonza, except Gonzalo E.S. Gonza. Jealousy, as far as I can tell.
In this context, jealousy translates to gross violations of medical and/or human decency.
Oh, they'll drum up anything to get you, real or invented.
Definitely real.
They babble on about modernization, best practices, international standards. But the fact is, they shit themselves in the presence of a real doctor.
He looks down, vaguely surprised, shrugs.
You never get credit for the blood you leave in.
His eyes flash.
Bring me one of his lying, scheming, bored narc teeth. Leave that to the medical professional. You have no idea what I can see in a tube. If I had his spleen, I could tell you how his dog mother conceived him. Here, use these. My board condemned briber. Because of his history of use. Primitive superstition typical of the medical board. Bluffing until I see it.
There's got to be some other way to assuage his paranoia than assaulting an actual child.
What am I, your mother? Rub cocaine on it. That'll numb almost anything. Don't shit me, you wired fuck. You and whoever's listening are not going to lure me in with ethically stimulating cases again. I'm not going to fall for the oldest trick in the book, wire narc. I am admitting to nothing.
Presumably for the benefit of the wire you're not wearing.
And while we're on the record, may I just add, the albino was going to die anyway. I'll do as I very well please, bored harpy.
The teenage boy nods hesitantly as you approach.
Yeah? I know. He keeps shouting at me. He thinks I'm a narc. I'm no narc, and I got a D in biology. It's at home. I hid it so my parents wouldn't see. But just ask me anything about biology, I'll get it wrong. It's better than Disco.
This boy is not a board narc, Cascade.
He gave you that to intimidate me, yeah? Thinks I'm scared? Well, I'm not. My teeth? What for? Why not? I don't care. I've been to the dentist like 10 times. Doesn't hurt. Fuck it, I don't give a shit. Take one of my teeth, yeah? Show him I don't give a fuck about his mad shit. I have my own shit going on out here. I'm on a mission. And if mission demands teeth, then fuck it, have teeth.
Impressive. No way this kid's a board inspector. Whoever sent him is way scarier than any pencil pusher.
Otherwise, she'll call me a cunt. Like always. She's not medical board. Nobody's medical board. I'm just monitoring comings and goings, alright? I have a job to do. I can't say she'll murder me.
Oh, you're back.
As you depart, the chant of "I'm your man" starts back up behind you.
Drift away, Stardust. I'm a second-hand dream dealer, but I'm the only dream you got. Are you being serious? You don't know Ultravioleta? Wow. Have you been living in an undeveloped nation? Is that why you look so poor? Ultravioleta, the hyper-tier L-pop star. Lucian Electropop. No idea what I'm talking about. Must be brain damaged. Don't be mean. We're representing the Ultras right now. It's not her fault she looks that way. This is what we call fan shifting. We become Ultravioleta, and we sing her songs as an act of faith and love. Yeah, we're fan shifting right now. Not surprised you've never heard of it.
We like to do it together. It's fun to make the costume. And it's nice to sing to the world when it listens. That means a lot.
Whatever. We're not pretending. Why can old people not wrap their heads around it?
Ugh, like that guy with the weird headphones the other day. He was so weird.
He came up to us out of nowhere and said, in some territories, impersonating the monarch is a crime punishable by death. Death. He didn't say fan, he said devotee.
Oh, maybe that's why Ultravioleta's been missing all this time. Maybe the weird headphones guy kidnapped her and he's keeping her songs all for himself. Not weird, scary. He was obsessed, like obsessed.
No way. But he looked so old. Wait, no, actually that's so chic. That fits.
It's unreal. Like, almost the exact embodiment of the Moonglow spirit.
Why do you have that? How did you get that? That's secret UV lore, not for someone like you. Weren't we just talking about that? Kidnapped for sure. It's romantic, obviously.
You sound like my dad.
There's just no Moonglow way to squat. Moonglow is tragic, elegant. You can only convey aesthetic heartbreak in visionary. Ultras are ultra fans of Ultravioleta. It's a lifestyle commitment. Some of us have even died for this.
Respect for the martyred Ultras.
Not like this. This was way chicer. Mass suicide.
Random acts of self-annihilation are not unheard of in the Ultra community.
They didn't even have to plan. They just heard the lyrics and knew. It was time to jump off the balcony of their parents' apartment building.
We live on the ground floor. I'd have to, like, slit my throat or something. Messy.
It's because they're good, you slut. One radio performance so moving that everybody had to literally die. Lucky bitches.
Yeah? We don't talk like that.
We are both Moonglow.
Equally Moonglow.
She recorded Glass Meadow when she had a 39-degree fever. Her favorite month is Tritos. She's allergic to strawberries.
I know her real name.
No, you don't. Stop telling people that. That's a theory, not a fact.
Violeta doesn't want anyone to know. She took a vow. She abandoned her old name when she dedicated her soul to music. It came to me when I was listening to El Lugar Donde Nací, right after the second verse, when the mellotron beat kicks in. I just heard her telling me.
That is so moronic. You did not.
It would be wrong. Yeah, there are some good ones. Nobody's on the same level as UV, obviously. But Kyla Roja is cool, Bianca Cruz Blanca. Dia Domino would be sexy, but she got a boyfriend, so Mimi Serafina's pretty okay for an old lady.
Luz is literally the only place making good music anymore. It's Sonido Futuro.
There's a stall at the bazaar. The originals get smuggled in, and then somebody here in PF is conversing them.
You'll have to nick them though. Unless you want to sit through a lecture from the old perv who runs it.
Yeah, but only on Lucian hardware. I wish I could afford one of their diskette player. I bet everything sounds so much better in the true format.
What? You want to talk about the weather? Ugh.
No, he wasn't impressed by our outfit. He said our carriage was wrong.
Bet if you could get the choreo from the Glass Meadow video down, he'd at least consider authorizing us. I can sing.
Sort of.
Sure.
Small white flowers have opened up at the touch of a sunbeam. Tight buds unfurling. Pale, fragile things. A delicate fragrance rises from the bush. Jasmine. You breathe in jasmine and cold air, soft and thin as hope. You blink. An hour has passed. The sunbeam is passing too.
Finally, someone with courtesy. Do you know when the 9 is coming?
A handsome man shifts in place, glancing over his shoulder towards the tram lines. Suitcases surround him.
Simple. It's just over there. I did see a man like that some days ago, I think. Near the bazaar, in fact. No, he was alone. Why do you ask? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'll keep an eye out. I'm waiting on the 9. I was told it was having some problems. But it's supposed to be in service any day now.
An exotic air about this man. Difficult to place. And exceptionally handsome. The suit he's wearing hasn't been changed in days.
I was told it's supposed to be in service any day now. That was a week ago.
Enough time to grow accustomed to new surroundings and start noticing things.
I agree. But what am I to do? It seems to be the only way out of this city. I would appreciate it. Thank you. I'll be here in the meantime. Waiting.
You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. You step away. Silk number 3, the old silk factory, once the pounding heart of the city. Silk number. Pseudopod had a purchase order from a vendor called Carmuna. She must be in here somewhere. You also have that curious red disc to hand. A media specialist could likely tell you more. Lurch in your stomach at the sight of the drop. Your fingers itch for grip. Looking at the device, you don't see a panel or switch. That would suggest a control room nearby. Like the one over there, to the east.
Looks like the shrimping is off for today, Caracalito. We don't want to get in the GM's way.
I guess.
The man and the young girl grimace at a barge that appears to be jammed between the canal walls.
Not sure. It seems to be stuck in the waterlock. Maybe it's broken again. It happens from time to time as it's so old. We came here to do some shrimping. but that doesn't seem possible right now. Yeah, so should we.
The intercom is covered by a protective plastic film. A button embossed in the shape of a cheerful dolphin shines at the bottom. Yet another device bearing the Renotel emblem, only recently installed too. Tautening the outer defenses. The indicator light flicks on. A high-pitched whine from the speaker. After a second, a voice emerges through the static.
Is it working? Can you hear me? Oh, that's good. I never know if I'm pressing the right thing.
A melodic voice that makes you think of flowers blooming in time-lapse.
Thank you. No one's ever told me that before. That's a very nice thing to hear out of clear blue through this little speaker in front of me. You also have a nice voice. No, there's no camera. Just your voice and my imagination. Désolé. If you don't know, you're probably not supposed to be here.
Very vague, almost secretive.
Unfortunately, we don't really accommodate looks around.
The dermis of static masks any change in her tone. This door opens for someone. That's why there's an intercom. We just need her to tell you who.
Yes, actually. We aren't exactly open to the public, so this is just a light security measure. Sorry, I'm still getting used to it. The what? Sorry? Is this another crank call? This is exactly why we got the intercom. If you're here to waste my time, please don't. Bonne journée.
Rubbish is piled so high it overflows the rim of the metal container. The sanitation crews are running behind schedule. The layers of detritus are many days deep. A whole history of discarded artifacts is piled up in front of you. This calls for deep urban forensics. jump up to the rim and let your upper body descend into the rotting wastes-scape. It's like you're entering the putrid lands of some dark fantasy. Like the pulpy dreck you used to read as a child, with titles like Ditch Wader, The Gore Chamber, and the Dreadlance Trilogy. Somewhere in your mind, an ancient motor grinds to life. You struggle back out of the bin and brush yourself off. The rubbish container and all its spoils continue to rot through time.
You shouldn't be here.
The big man was dozing off. Now he's trying to cover it up with a vulgar display of authority.
Bit of a hold-up with a barge over there. He nearly got robbed by a gang, no less. Nothing was taken, luckily, but they did manage to break the damn thing's engine. So now it's stuck there until the replacement parts arrive. Let's see now. I hear it's in the backways, right next to where the ex-pilots drink their sheep carcass juice. Some indigenous recipe of theirs. Imagine the worst thing you've ever tasted. Now imagine sucking it out of a dead sheep's arse. If you want to see for yourself, just walk the path all the way to the west until you come across some old men giving each other an hard time. Oh, very dangerous. Probably one of the Azuri lot. Yeah, you wouldn't want to mess with them, miss.
Azuri Mob is a foreign crime syndicate you've only heard about in passing, always with a warning to stay away.
They've been causing us a lot of trouble around the docks lately. Seems they're trying to take over the local mobs, and doing a good job of it. The parts may take a while as the trade route slowed up recently. Used to be a lot quicker a couple of weeks ago. Must be something at the docks by the bazaar, but I wouldn't know more specifically, outside of my jurisdiction. The rest of the developed world. Can't say I have. I'm not usually stationed round here though, so I wouldn't. You can't go in there, I'm afraid. That's what I'm here for. No one gets in. Only the controls to the waterlock, but we can't risk anyone lowering the water right now. It would damage the barge even further, you see. Only one in the near vicinity is Dr. Hugo's. He runs it out of his houseboat at the end of the backways. You probably shouldn't.
The young man leans back, his gaze slowly tracing your outline. Both of his eyes drift outwards, as if pulled by different horizons.
Only if you got more vision. People come to me for all sorts of services. Call it fate, call it timing. Me, I call it good business. I respect the goats. That's why I picked the name myself. Tell you what, come up with some theories, I'll sell the t-shirts.
The ruler of a future kingdom, his throne already concrete in his mind. He stares right back, blinking slowly. A practiced calm. He knows how he looks and dares you to question the asymmetry.
Nah, I'm no Kizak boy. I come here to work, and then I go home. That's about it. I'm getting better by the day. It's not what it was even 10 years ago. Cleaner, you know? You won't see a Recreacion fan catching a screwdriver to the stomach. But hey, I like tourists with money. And tourists love Kizak. It's got colors, it's got music. No better place to pass through before heading home. Born and raised in Lower Viewdas. An hour away by tram, but the lines hold. My mother's a Rustam woman. Inland blood. Came to Portofiro with her parents when she was 11. She raised me on hibiscus tea and stories about the commune.
The dream of Rustam. For 80 years, there were no kings or bosses, only rotating councils, grain cooperatives, and radio poets. As the developed world spread, the dream cracked.
It's quiet, if you're used to shouting. Neighborhood's made up of 14 towers. Astor had it built in the 50s, for immigrants mostly. We got a barber, Timo, with the solid tattoos, old Khalchi selling candles out the windows, best bakeries in town. You should visit, bring your friends. Who else is gonna do it? You know how tourist pamphlets have colored maps? Overview, this is orange, you know, for dangerous. Nah. Sure, you got kids with glassy eyes and break-ins, but we're civilized, yeah? Old people, they think Lower Viewdas should clean up, look decent. We're not the ones scared of poverty. Take a break. I have a lot to offer. Forget about him. I can give you everything he can, and more. I'm always serious with you, but okay, I can see that fire in your eyes. I haven't seen him, promise. Baby, not only am I a businessman, I am a purveyor of taste. I curate high-class aesthetics and deliver low-overhead miracles. Sometimes it's fashion, sometimes it's conversation pieces. And I got fresh weed, too. Universe provides. If you ever need to help yourself to the world's supplies, I have just the thing.
Presented between his finger and thumb, a small but sturdy metal prong, a lockpick.
Just weed, on account of it being part of my religion. Everything else is haram.
You don't have to use it to sell it.
I said all I can say on that. All right, tell me what's on your mind. I'll be seeing you.
The fire exit stands conspicuously ajar. Someone has wedged it open with a ball. A dark hallway. At the opposite end, you can just make out the bottom of a metal staircase. Nobody is paying any particular attention to the door, or seems close enough to care. Suspiciously nonchalant. They're just going about their days. It's a pelota ball, the local variation of handball. Pelota balls are not designed for use as doorstops. Someone has elevated this ball to contraption status. It's just a ball in a door. You emerge into the dark insides of a deceased mechanical beast. The only light comes from above a set of steel stairs, which you alight carefully, gripping the cold railing. The sticker on the panel reads, Propriedade de Renotel. In the center, the company's dolphin mascot grins at you. Inside, you find a dirt-covered computer terminal. Above the gridwork of corroded wires, a sleek cable cuts a path towards the antenna. The ancient terminal groans in response. System waking. Please wait. Welcome to Renotel Control version 1.2. Copyright 87 Renotel. Enter command. The artery before you connects to every device connected to the Renotel wireless network. The text cursor highlights the blank space where your command should go. Ask it. That's a text cursor, and it's waiting for your input. When you type in a sequence of characters it recognizes as a command, the machine will react. You step away from the distribution box.
He's going to melt his head.
On the TV, a giant wolf-like creature stands up on its hind legs and howls. Its fur bristles gold. Dangerous, mythical, electrifying. No wonder the kids are watching this. Shh. Suddenly, the beast roars and light floods the screen. It's followed by a wet, pulpous sound.
Ecstatic Wolf is awake.
LED lights are distributed evenly along the blade. Durable PVC hilt with textured grip. Impressive armament.
It's from the best show ever. 66 Wolves. They make it in La Luz. It's about a girl who has 66 chambers in her heart, and each one contains a wolf. And the wolves come out to make war with the angels because they want to take over the world. And the wolves have sick weapons and really cool attacks. This is Pathos Wolf's flaming claymore. Yeah, my auntie brought it back with her from a trip. Loves it. Some of the grown-ups like it, even though it's a cartoon.
Notice that the broadcast is in Mercian, not Lusian, dubbed for a foreign audience.
Don't tell that to the music man. He hates it.
A neurotically organized store, about 10 meters west. A morose man stands there obsessively cleaning a disc-like object.
Yeah, him.
A man of strong opinion that he's not afraid to shout about, even to children.
Well, maybe he should stop then. He says he won't sell the music discs because it would poison our brain with sonic excrements. Well, maybe. But it won't change his mind because he's a loser. It's the place where they make all the cool stuff. It's not like here. I bet they even have flying tuk-tuks.
Ridiculous. These wobbling open chassis abominations can barely function on solid ground.
And also we have cousins over there.
Some Portofirans refer to Lusians as strange cousins, a nod to this island's colonial past.
We don't really know them. I talked to one once, on the phone. I asked Mom if they could come over one day, and she said it's hard because La Luz is so far.
A mere 4-hour flight, but there are no commercial flights between Portofiro and the Illuminated Empire.
I don't know any. Do you know any, maybe? Wait, I remember those. From when I was little. There was one with puppets arguing a lot, and another with a green cat who was also a thief to help people. death to puppets. But we barely told you anything. We can tell you everything about 66 wolves. So you can just ask, okay?
So many. There's the weapons and action figures and t-shirts and stickers and backpacks.
Trying not to lose count of all the cool stuff he doesn't have.
But the best are the drinking cups. Everyone wants those. Special. What do you mean? I don't think so. No.
No.
You can drink from them. There's a straw.
And they look like wolves.
They're big, and each one looks like one of the 66 wolves. But you can't buy them anymore. Because no one has any. The boat people brought some cups once, but then the adults went crazy and bought them all. The toy stall had some, but no one wanted those because they were so ugly. The wolves looked all melted.
66. You know, like the wolves.
We've only seen the ones from the redemption arc. All the others you can only get in La Luz, I'm pretty sure.
The redemption arc has 6 cups. There's Tyrant Wolf, Placid Wolf, Dream Wolf, Critical Wolf, Stubborn Wolf, and Eager Wolf. Alright. So, what now?
You can ask. We know everything.
The angel Canopus cursed her before she was even born, because of her mom.
It was vengeance. No. Now she serves Canopus in her war against the other angels. There's Deneb, Polaris, and Razzlehog.
Razzlehog is gay. He's the gay angel.
Shut up. I like him. And that's not how angels work.
They all have their own powers. Ultima Wolf.
But Ultima Wolf only appears when times are most dire. Well, the last time Ultima Wolf appeared, she burned a village of women and kids.
It was sick.
Grieving Wolf. When she plays her heart, even the angels cry.
She also ate Nabia's sister while they were all locked inside Nabia's heart. She didn't kill her sister. She ate her.
That is not her fault. Zealous Wolf. He destroyed the moon with his gun hammer.
His gun hammer was forged by the Elder Wolves. He also blew up an ocean, but they only showed that once because of the seizures.
Yeah, he did it to get back at Polaris. That's his mom.
Zealous Wolf is only part wolf. That's why he has wings.
Polaris forced him to join her order of Dark Seraphims. She's too strong to fight. So Zealous Wolf tricked her instead.
You can't be an angel if you do a stellar sin. So, whoosh.
Do you have a gun hammer?
The toy version's really expensive. It's easy. You just have to memorize their names. I did. Zealous Wolf, Tyrant Wolf, Raging Wolf, Reviled Wolf, Stoic Wolf, Fear Wolf, Pity Wolf, Yearning Wolf, sensitive wolf, hysteric wolf, ecstatic wolf, passion wolf, tender wolf, sorrow wolf, insecure wolf, grateful wolf. Seething wolf, psycho wolf, gentle wolf, numb wolf, bitter wolf, lustful wolf, loathing wolf, modest wolf, sanguine wolf, grieving wolf, ultima wolf, greedy wolf, guilty wolf. Dream wolf, dyspeptic wolf, weary wolf, wrath wolf, cunning wolf, trickster wolf, placid wolf, eager wolf, nostalgic wolf, dread wolf, jealous wolf. Venturous wolf, stubborn wolf, obsessive wolf, hasty wolf, forlorn wolf, mournful wolf, vain wolf, reverent wolf, wicked wolf. Shy wolf, jubilant wolf, clement wolf, sycophant wolf, furtive wolf, conformist wolf, serene wolf, critical wolf, vindictive wolf, and unyielding wolf.
He's missing a few.
Only because some of the wolves haven't awakened yet, so we don't know their names. They're probably super powerful.
And yet he claimed to know them all, did he not?
Thanks.
There are so many more wolves. Not really. They only come out when she gets in trouble.
Or when they get hungry. If she doesn't feed them, they try to devour her heart.
The phantom weight presses on your chest as you picture this girl, waking up each day to a world of wolves and monstrous angels.
Your friends want to devour your heart. My friends are nice. No.
Then her heart would be empty.
And the story would be over. Mom says it's good we spend time outside.
My sword? But it's my sword. I need it.
Let's be logical. Whoever needs it more, you, obviously, should have it.
For fighting angels and other monsters? They're big. I can't fight angels with money.
Our aunt got it for him for his birthday. He can't just give it to you. If you want it, then it has to be fair. With honor. That's just stuff you can say. Honor is in the actions. When Dreadwolf met with the legendary Smith Kuro of the Grey Fang tribe, Dreadwolf didn't have coin. So she traded her Reventide pendant that she had since she was a pup, so Kuro would make her a dagger.
The phantasmal stiletto. It's so sick.
So you have to offer something big, or else it's not fair and he keeps the sword.
Ask us about whatever.
No, remember what Mom said. Okay, you can ask some stuff because there's people around, and I can scream real loud.
It's been years since you interacted with children, so a reminder. Be nice. Be normal.
Yep.
Doing well enough so far.
Music man wears glasses, and sometimes double glasses. It looks dumb.
She doesn't mean him. He's been here since forever. And he doesn't wear suits.
Yeah, they have no idea.
Odd. Like, how odd? We know Malen's dad is missing. She's been really worried. That's her, with the costumes and glitter stuff. Her dad's missing because a phone ate him. And that's all I know.
Mom's at home. We live on a boat.
We don't know him. Mom didn't have fun with him. But that's when I was really little, so I don't remember. Yeah, Mom is all we need.
She's awesome.
Why aren't you at work? Well, we don't need socks, so... And there is no school today anyway. Or tomorrow. No, not good. I hate it. But that's how they do it now. 2 weeks of school, then 2 weeks of nothing.
Portofiro's rampant privatization has hit its public infrastructures too.
Antonio's mom said it's because foreign politicians. He's my friend. He lives on another houseboat. No school for 2 more weeks. Yay.
Since 2 years. I remember, because I helped Arlo with the alphabet.
Shut up. I knew the letters already.
But it was only 1 day a week at first. And then our teacher said she had to help other schools. So now it's like this.
An eternal underclass is being manufactured before your very eyes.
Antonio's school doesn't open anymore. He is so lucky. I wish ours was like that.
Don't say that. Mom said we might go to the one in the sunset, but she didn't seem sure.
A bourgeois district in the northern parts of Portofiro.
No, we do loads of stuff. Like watch TV. Sometimes I go to the canal with Antonio and the others.
We have homework. I make sure he does his. But it's not the same. That's really nice. Maybe it'll be okay.
I don't want to talk about dumb school anymore. Can we talk about anything else?
Okay.
It's easy. You've had loads of life experiences. Just pull them all together, but make it wolfy.
No. What's their power? Wow, she sucks.
No irony, only the truth.
That's boring. Everyone does that, I think.
Slowly, the kids turn away from you.
They have to be nice ones. Okay.
The girl nods.
All right. So, what now?
The children ignore you, entranced by the television.
Excuse me. Can you take a look at this?
The young woman turns from a store of party wigs and beaded necklaces to thrust a photograph under your nose. A hooded burrow, she the mouse within. This must be the girl the kids by the TV mentioned, the one whose father was eaten by a payphone. The photograph shows a robust man well into his 60s. He is unremarkable save his eyes, which are magnified to comedic proportions by the thick lens spectacles in front of him.
Have you seen him before? How do you know about that? It didn't eat him, but yeah, he's been missing a few days. Right, I should have started with that, I guess. His name's Constanz.
She's fading. No sleep. 3, maybe 4 days now.
He's kind of forgetful sometimes. Not a lot, but I'm just worried. I told him watching too much TV was making him crazy.
She raises her hand to bite her nails. A new habit. They're bleeding.
After Dad retired, his friend Gilmar turned him onto this show, the reality situation. They were obsessed, had them convinced they were truth detectives. Which apparently means someone who goes around looking for evidence of invisible aircraft carriers and iodine-deficient children. Dad and Gilmar were always following up on leads and calling into the show. It felt like Bagman was encouraging them, you know? That's what I was scared of. Look, this is kind of embarrassing. My dad developed this insane theory about the payphone to the western exit of the bazaar. No, he's not like that. Dad thought certain words said into the right phone gets your attention from the wrong people. He was convinced Petre was behind it all. Bagman did an episode on them, and so Gilmar started following random people thinking they were from the bank. Not long after, he roped my dad into it. Guys in expensive business suits usually. Foreign accents, verbally abusive, and tight with their money. Except when it comes to treating a client. Normal rich guy stuff. Hitting up the bars and shouting abuse at the local drunks. And then they disappeared into penthouses where they couldn't be followed. That's what Gilmar thought. He stayed out after my viejo went home. And then he called my dad around 2 in the morning. He'd overheard something and was explaining it when the call just cut off. My dad went by his house the next day, but Gilmar wasn't there. Yeah. He looked for Gilmar for 2 weeks. Reported him missing to the GMs. Nothing.
Why would Petre care about a couple of impressionable old men?
They seem pretty random. Cousins, moon, reunion. I guess. When he tried to tell me I wasn't really paying attention to him. He had those written down on a pad in his bedroom. He told me not to say them if I used the phone. It all sounded so silly. A couple days ago, he stopped by the stall to bring me lunch. Then he said he was going to make a call. I wasn't nervous at first. I figured there was no risk of anything actually happening. And then he didn't come home.
Washing out the container that carried homemade rice and beans. Glancing out the window above the sink as the sun goes down. Don't look at the clock. Don't look. Don't.
No. I mean, He just can't leave things alone when he gets an idea into his head. Anyway, you want a wig? I hear they make you fun at parties. Oh yeah, he came by. Nice man. Talked a lot about socks. Not really. Wandered off into the bazaar.
Looking you straight in the eyes. Sympathetic. She really doesn't know.
What do you mean, something's happened? Did he use the phone? Oh, well, at least you have that. He was, normal. Pretty forgettable, if I'm honest. I told him, unless your socks are mismatched and neon-colored, I'm not much use to you. Sorry. Yeah, I was kind of distracted when he showed up. Oh, that's, Violeta, the Lusian pop star. Always thought that type of music was too young for me, but I've been enjoying her stuff recently, for some reason. No, but it's definitely her kind of title.
She peers at the disc again, blonde hair falling over her face.
Weird disc, that. You should ask Petre at the music stall over there. He'll know more. Doubt he's an ultra, though.
Wig topiary, plastic tiaras, novelty sunglasses. A burst of colours and textures vying for your attention. All of them losing. Behind it all, you see an oddly familiar shape. The tailored shoulders, the sharp collar. A cape, but nothing like the other costume pieces around it.
It's a Carabinero outfit.
Carabineros are Portofiro's sanctioned police investigators. They report directly to the Prefectura and deal in actual crime. Murder, grand larceny, rape.
That'd be illegal. Second-hand surplus warehouse in Lower Viudas was closing down a while back. Big clearance sale.
Still not a yes. She's nervous, looking away. Could get a discount out of it.
Shit. Look, I have to make some profit. I can't go much lower than the listed price, but I can go a little lower.
Nice.
Yeah. It's for sale. No, I told Officer Maurito. He said it was above his pay grade. He kicked it up, and they kicked it right back down. The whole set's back here. Just let me know if you're interested. Why?
Knuckles white as she balls them into fists.
Really? You're not going to try to make a call or anything, right? Okay. It's the phone by the western entrance to the bazaar. I guess I used to. Haven't had time lately. But I usually know when something's going on, even if I'm not gonna be there. Some people are probably still rolling in from last night's parties, but nothing new would be kicking off this early. Dead. Still a few maggots writhing around in the corpse, maybe, but looking at them just makes you sadder, you know? 10 or 15 years ago, there were feedback parties in the backways. Anyone who played loud enough could jam. You'd hear the distortion 3 canals away. Now, if anybody plays around here at all, it's just covers of Lusian stuff. Yeah, all right. Yeah, they're right there. Take a look. Maybe don't wear it around them, alright? Just in case they don't believe it's a costume.
The young woman discreetly hands you the Carabinero equipment.
Cool. Okay. Anything else? Yeah, alright. Must be some party you're going to. You need anything else? Thanks for stopping by.
Cosmonaut Suit, a relic of Project Altanemia. Its shoulder patch reads, "The stars are ours, 77. If it is, then it's one of the few things for sale here that isn't a knockoff Lusian electronic disc or toy. 5,000 soul. No wonder it's still here. People with that kind of money don't shop in the bazaar. You try to remember something of astronomical significance happening in the year 77, but all that comes to mind is that was the year you were asked to leave ballet. That's an eye-level high kick. You could only manage tit level. None of this has anything to do with space, though. Your focus widens back to the bazaar. The gate is bound to the pole by a thin steel chain. The gap between leaves little room for passage. Rust speckles your fingertips. A system compromised at the subatomic level. You push the gate. The metal creaks, but it doesn't move. It's held fast by a rusty chain. This isn't the only way through. You can always go the long way, around the docks to the west. The gate creaks in the breeze behind you.
Especially good pieces today. Many wearable items.
The old woman glances at you before returning to her magazine.
They didn't tear on the way here. Carmuna checked them for holes herself.
She angles her magazine away from you protectively. Carmuna, the name on Pseudopod's purchase order. Your double owes this woman a minuscule shipment of socks.
You're working with that nice boy? The sock seller?
Her lips shrivel, and her eyebrows descend as she takes you in properly.
He was dressed so nicely, standing so straightly, polite. Had Carmuna thinking that there might be hope for us in Kohila. But you don't look super block at all. What trouble? There was no trouble with him. It's his first time out of the super block, you know. You should take him to see some sights. That nice boy had never seen an aerotram before. Said they were the most beautiful thing in the world. Then couldn't help himself but say, must be a nightmare for the zoning division. How Carmuna laughed. That's almost true, Menina. The phenomenon has nothing to do with zoning. People trap themselves.
She focuses her attention back towards her magazine, careful not to let you see inside.
Carmuna would help, but it's a busy day. Other matters to attend. Carmuna sees this magazine.
She looks sideways at the disc, shakes her head.
It's a disc. Ask the stall owner with the disc, not the stall owner with the clothes. Yes? No time for chitter-chat, Menina.
She focuses on her magazine, unperturbable.
Quiet, Menina. Does Carmuna blurt your business? Who are you, anyway?
She ruffles the magazine angrily, then looks up at something behind you. Fear in her eyes, like you're being watched.
Shh, Menina. Keep your voice down. For all we know, he's listening too. We are dealing with an aerial creep. He's watching the whole bazaar. Carmuna has a mirror in here to watch him in turn.
The woman angles her magazine towards the unfinished pylon towering at the edge of the market.
Used to give him what for whenever we made eye contact, but he was unmoved. Very suspicious. He is creeping, keeping watch on behalf of Polaris knows who, monitoring our ways. He's spying our comings and goings. Carmuna will tell you all about your nice boy if you go find out why. Be careful, Menina. Don't mention Carmuna. Go through that gate just south of here and keep going down. You'll get to him. Locked? Well, go around. Up the stairs, then to your left, and down through the docks. Take a look through the rack over there. No lice, no ribs, no time for chitter-chat, Menina.
She focuses on the mirror in her magazine, unperturbable.
A legends clothes, Carmuna calls them. Whatever has their favorite music on it. Lately, the Violeta girl is winning. Take a look, I have one. No time for chitter-chat.
She focuses on the mirror and...
Don't forget to check the racks.
You approach Carmuna's rack of clothing, protected from the elements by a clear plastic sheet. No two pieces are alike. The rack sways with misspelled logos and forgotten styles. Cowboy boots, leather trousers, a long black skirt. Hangers scrape against metal as you thumb through the racks. Foreign material shifts under your fingers, cool and unfamiliar. You approach Carmuna's rack of... The rack sways with misspelled logos. You turn away from the rack.
Off-brand driver, cheap plastic housing.
The man gazes down at a crate of cartridge discs, eyes narrowed, lips drawn.
Mass-produced excrement. These animals pleasure themselves in it. Those smears near the optical pickups? That's not damage. Shame. It oozes out over time. You see this? Each one guaranteed for 10,000 replays. Obscene. No. I'm talking about cultural ephemera. Speciality. But as you can see, I spend my days backed into a corner, hopelessly outnumbered by the dead-eyed horde, dreaming of format-assisted auto-annihilation.
Capital beats down another one. What a joy it is to be unregulated.
Every day, I come out here to share the joy of rare media with discerning customers. And instead, every day, they shove my face in the dog bowl of ignorance and banality. Evidently, you're another one. I'll prepare the bowl.
You would not put it past this man to have a prop dog bowl to hand.
Very funny. The same joke again. Twice as limp. Typical replayer symptom.
No entries found under replayer. Filing under insults, incomprehensible.
Go ahead. Browse away. My name's Petre. If you need anything, I'll be here, lamenting what's left of the culture. Culture? Portofiro? Scrap. This new Lucian mania is all-consuming. Nobody wants anything that isn't techno-fascist trash, including, apparently, their own souls.
Obsession with foreign imports. Sufferers of so-called Lucian mania. we'll consult the wall.
That would be preferable to the truth of things. There is no politics to it that they can see. They just want something they can idiotize themselves with. You'd think we had run out of brick walls. I take it this means Luz hasn't managed to make it into wherever you're from. Good for you. Provincial, but honest. Silk, sad national poetry. Music, the same kinds they play in the so-called developed world, except a couple decades late and desperately effortful.
Incapable of competing with Lusian media on the most basic neurological level.
Yes, exactly. That's why I'll be here, enjoying the front row seat to the downfall of culture. That is my punishment. Taste. Financially tolerable, morally abhorrent. Every day there's new formats, category, each one more depraved than the last. Of course, I can't say that out loud. Custom, you know?
He says it to everyone. The vendor's eyes narrow behind his orange lenses.
This is a media store, not the missing persons division. Also one of the GMs with questions like that.
The Guardia Municipal, street cops. They groom the conversation forcefully, artificially. There is more.
Dialectical-looking glasses, air of advanced virginity. Yes, he came by here. Little communist lost, adrift among the many wonders of the free market. I feel it might be a stretch. Let's just say the man was definitely mobile. Your dialectical friend mistook himself for some sort of big money businessman. He wanted the bazaar to import superblock hosiery. Socks to start with, but there was talk of cotton tights, even stockings if the venture took off.
Making inroads with his persona, competent in theatre, at least for this period of play.
You're joking, of course. He didn't even know what a velodisc was, let alone an Einzelton. At a certain point, I'm just debasing myself. Of course not. I don't sell socks. So is he all right, your man? Or what? Yes, yes. We are all so well intended.
The vendor gauges you behind his colored lenses, tongue skimming teeth. All across the city of Petre, there is silence. People peer out fearfully from the slivers between curtains.
I'll be blunt. Are you with a weeping eye?
A fresh injection of fear, primal grade. Such insult. The depressed reactionary has mistaken you for your direct opposite, your sworn enemy.
Because they've been especially active here recently. Usually they just let things slide. All the Lucian merchandise, good for everyone. But these days, they're staring right at us, unblinking. If you ever expand to ears, let me know. My point is, your colleague was asking questions. Now, something's obviously happened, and here you are, also asking questions. Given the current climate, no one wants to answer these questions, least of all, me. Then I would attempt to educate, obviously. I'm not some kind of street hustler, friend. My merchandise is mega premium, the best this side of the big blockers. I'll tell you what I told your sock friend. Speak to the boatman down by the vest docks. He's the one who knows the underground goings-on around here. We're just the vendors. The cool one.
In his baroque hierarchy of shame, being cool falls just under being a replayer, whatever that is.
Excessive sunglasses. Relaxed aura, likely on a boat. No way of confusing him. Wonderful. Now for all our sakes, please say no more. If you want to talk media formats, I'm your man. This other stuff. Picture a dog that shits, then eats it, then shits again. That should give you some idea. People are what they consume. I'll say no more.
It's less an opinion, more a criminal sentence.
What's so bad? That people pay for it. That I have to make a living pushing replayable narcotics to so-called customers. Read addicts. I haven't met a customer in a very long time who even knows what an Einzelton XR is, let alone appreciates the format. Tells you all you need to know about the current state of the home media world.
Which raises an intimidating question.
Einzelton XR, to give it its proper title. The one true format. The apex of auditory technology. A high-fidelity yet dynamic sonic experience that self-effaces after a single play. Correct. It erases acid plays. The inherent idea being, of course, that you never play an Einzelton and have a more profound experience because of it. Some say that was the intention behind the red color scheme, a warning, so you would never misplay it. I think it was an aesthetic choice, personally.
Did he say red?
With Einzelton XR, the first time is the only time. X remnants. 0 remnants.
Pretty esoteric term we've got here. Just roll with it.
Extremely. The Einzelton magnets are so potent that the erasure is absolute. The X is meant to represent the negative, the complete absence of sound or vision. This was a very conceptual time for storage media, you understand. It was a very beautiful time, too. A magnet embedded in the disc erases its contents as it's being listened to.
A technological muscle flex. Reproduction and erasure just millimeters away in space. Milliseconds in time. Crucially, such a process would result in an empty disk, like the one you found on Pseudopod's body.
As in life, everything happens only once. Replayability is oblivion. The end. It loses its resale value, and the uninspired replayer who listened to it loses a piece of their soul. Would propping your dead grandmother up and trying to have a conversation with her corpse cause psychic damage? Of course it would. Unless you were a monster. Irreparable.
Mystery solved. Pseudopod listened to a priceless tape and lost his soul.
You can imagine the use cases yourself. Rental markets, promotional copies, that sort of thing. The technical origins are trite. Its deeper purpose is simply to exist, to remain in a rarefied realm of pure potentiality and infinite beauty. Don't forget, we too are single play only, erasing ourselves moment by moment. What do I look like to you? A common replayer?
The way he pronounces that word reminds you of old religious women, spitting out curses before sanctifying themselves.
Oh, so you're a semiotician now. I own several, if the word ownership applies to such a delicate relationship, but I would sooner molest myself than an Einzeltone XR disc. An Einzeltone XR.
All pretense drops. The red glints in his lenses.
Where did you get this? Einzeltone hasn't been available to regular consumers for a decade. A disc in good condition is worth thousands of sol to people who appreciate its wonders. You played it. And what? You sought to defile a corpse a little more, just for fun? Better they recalled them all years ago. Better a mass manufacturing fault than this, to save them from this humiliation from being passed around like...
The vendor deflates before you. His rising anger gone in an instant, like a fuse being tripped.
I'm sorry.
Talking to the Einzeltone, not you.
I assume fondling a human corpse would also make you feel pretty weird. What can I say? It's a powerful format, even post-mortem.
Makes sense. Forbidden media. Desecration of a tomb. The broken seal.
Degenerate, Lucian, Electrodruss. There's a new fabricated star every day, it seems, but she's the top of today's pile. Some kind of promo copy, I would assume. Maybe an advanced single of some kind? Of course it's real. You can't bootleg an Einzelton. Another of its enduring qualities. This Ultravioleta's gone missing at the moment. Kidnapped by counter-fascist radicals, whatever that means. Lucian marketing plot, if you ask me.
Could be the work of the militia Ruben Rouge, extreme communist fringe group. They've ransomed public figures before.
Mystery, fragility, trying to add something of the legendary to her status.
The vendor looks at the red disc and runs a thumb over its surface.
None of this is the Einzelton's fault, of course. They can't control what gets seared upon them. You seem to have misunderstood my soliloquy. It's done. Numerous. The beauty and the tragedy of the format. I hope you dispose of it with dignity. I think a private ceremony would be most appropriate. Missing? Is he? I'm not surprised. That fool and his friend would wander into the jaws of a lion if they were told to. That TV show. Idiot with a bag on his head. Your regular stop for hysterical lies and paranoia. Every night at 9 p.m. The old fool was always regurgitating whatever he had heard on there the next day. It's no wonder it eventually led him into trouble. Only doctor I know is Hugo. Has a houseboat not far from here. Shelves are over there. Replete with crass, replayable formats. Like I said, gorge yourself.
Nothing is ever truly gone. Everything leaves a residue. Everything with a charge can be summoned back.
I'm afraid not. The format is near obsolete. Einzelton is the past, yet it contains the future. How exquisite.
The vendor recoils, as if he just spat at his feet.
So, your question is, Petre, how do I reanimate a corpse? You should speak plainly then. I'll be honest, the thought is so disturbing to me that I've never entertained it before. But theoretically...
Breach warning. You are now hacking the firewall of techno-philosophy.
You would have to repolarize, re-remanence processing, probably a concentrated magnetic flip, neodymium grader. It would involve some custom gear, no doubt, but my answer to your distressing question is yes. I think you could. Recapturing something that's already gone? Hopeless, I think. And grotesque. Don't ask me about this again. I feel unclean. Sure.
A low, tilting shelf marked in heavy block letters. Despised subgenres. Various sections are separated by narrow plastic dividers, each one labeled with the same neat script. A baffling assortment. Hairdresser music, Children's choirs, self-love anthems, opinionated female vocalists, and too many keyboards. The labeling and sorting is as meticulous as it is uniformly disdainful. More labels, falsetto-centric, made for pederasts, made by pederasts, pretentious time signatures, yodeling, ululations et al. The section Weaponized Boredom includes such titles as Music for Dentist Waiting Rooms and Narcoleptic Landscapes, both by Eloisa Alba. The care placed into the organization is itself an act of love, performed hatefully. A single label fills up the entire back row. L-pop. You feel the media vendor's eyes on you as you flip through the offerings.
You confuse dislike with discernment. Typical of those raised on jingles and sponsorship anthems. What galls me is that it doesn't matter how I label any of it. These animals thank me for being thorough, then buy two.
You try, but it's difficult to find something you're interested in while wading through the labyrinth of the salesman's disdain. Whisper funk albums, kazoo devotionals, a breakup/meditation EP, an album cover where the singer hugs themselves in the mirror, track lists with 9-minute-long affirmations, a solo project described as ecstatically celibate. You know there's something worthwhile in there, but it is lost amongst the brambles of trash. You turn your attention away from the shelf. Refreshments are lined up like brightly colored soldiers, neatly regimented behind coiled springs. The refreshments remain dormant in their artificially chilled chamber. The gate stands before you, still locked. The gate creaks in the... The man doesn't react or turn as you approach, your feet echoing off the high metal. Don't look now, but you can see through the metal floor, all the way down.
I saw you by that fire exit. You even went in.
An implicit accusation there.
No. My eyes were on that fire exit. I was really hoping you'd close it. It's a flagrant disregard for safety. It's made it quite hard to enjoy the view. If you get the chance, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Still, you've come a long way. Fortunately, the view just about compensates.
I'm being punished. My employer has placed me in an impossible position. I'm a safety inspector, watching the lines. As you might have noticed, this pylon is under construction, technically. Precisely. That's because this line, Line 9, will never be finished.
Line 9. The same line the man by the aerotram station was told to wait for.
Then they would be waiting a very long time.
A cruel joke, most likely.
Where to start? This pylon's angle deviated more than expected as the concrete set. Hazardous near water. Shouldn't have skimped on materials. Then there are the clearance issues. The party alley rooftops are higher than the building department's official records.
These aerotrams would shear those right off.
Since the last round of enter stabilization, they've been trying to force us lifers out. We can be fired, not easily, but they can take away the work that made us stay in the first place. I have two options. I could falsify my reports and declare Line 9 safe for construction anyway, or I could quit. Either way, the company can lose. That's a shame. You'll be in the perfect place to ponder your problems, and maybe alleviate them. Fortunately, this spot lends itself to reflection. Contemplating my punishment helped me see how to live with it.
The question is, can you live with your own?
friend of yours? Oh, all right. And that fire exit door, still open. I'm a structural engineer. I believe in stability. What Enter has brought isn't that. Their version of stabilization shifts the responsibility of managing entropy from the state to the individual. Human existence always carries entropy with it. That's inherent in the system. Social insurance, pensions, fair wages, these are measures against the entropy of living. They're also expensive. Such is the price for joining the developed world.
He glances down. The world spins slowly.
There's entropy in all systems. No living thing can avoid it entirely.
Whatever thoughts you tried to summon are carried away by the wind whistling through the metal. The crisp air sends a pleasant tingle through your abdomen. The gate stands before you, still locked. The angle is all wrong. Our grip is false. The chain slips from our grasp, still alive and sniggering. This chain's grip on the gate leaves little room for passage, imagination, or your personal feelings. Chains mocking us, tension in the gang's ranks. The gate creaks in the breeze behind you. The man gives no indication of registering your presence. His mirrored sunglasses are turned skywards. But he's aware you're here. A flock of starlings murmur their strange shape over the canal water. Above them, larger brown-plumed birds hover.
Beauty is the trap. Both are sparrowhawks. But I doubt you're here to talk birds.
A decent performance, but you have notes. Now, stop circling each other. Commit. A still moment. From a nearby rooftop, the sound of children playing. End of the line. The pseudopod terminus. He bounced off this man and landed somewhere in oblivion. He's genuinely perplexed. He's genuinely perplexed. A polite round of applause for the support act. Even before you ask the question, the outline of a name is forming, letter by letter. Your cerebrospinal fluid turns to liquid refrigerant. Tempo del Sur, mid-tier deity in the local underworld, and once your asset, cryptonym Taxman, also someone you once called a friend. Tempo had many criminal-grade contacts in the loom. Probably how he dodged the fallout after your network blew. You know a stone wall when you smack off one. He's waiting for you to put something together. A jolt of fear snaps through you, writing itself across your face. Unclear if he noticed. He sniffs idly, rolling the cigarette between his lips. An old, low-slung workhorse with tar patches, welded plates, and mismatched boards. Long dead hands carrying the hull, white fingers in the brine. His chin dips once. Insidious imperialism. Today, the soft power. Tomorrow, the hard. Treaties, obligations to foreign banks and bureaucracies, third-party audits, all part of joining the developed world. A tinge of grief flutters past his face. Not that he minds. Because Pseudopod didn't possess your killer mindset, Operan. Your mindset has gotten you nowhere, but at least game has perceived game. Unless he's in on this too. The smuggler offers a loose shrug and a head tilt. He's not. The man nods steadily. The end of his cigarette crackles. Bad bitch. Maybe even the baddest. Severe oversight not making that your cryptonym. That's telling them operant tits up. He lowers his head in brief salute.
Do you hear that? It's the sound of a city crying out. The light is a terrible drill, pressed into the street's exposed nerves. They beg for the relief of night. Maybe you don't. Your kind, your craft has lost its ways. But maybe you can find it again.
You hear a great rustling. A million trench coats unfolding like moth wings.
Before the age of agencies and ledgers, the first spies communed with the dark. Your progenitors knelt before the umbral host, and thus the dark favored them. So the stories suggest: molecular ghosting, localized eclipses, umbral tentacles. The spooks of old wore the night like a second skin.
Shadows are not a substance, and subatomic tunneling is a quantum event, not a lifestyle choice.
All around, darkness recedes. Gone are the old ways, scorched by the glare of satellite pings and high-lumen flashlights. That is why the host calls upon you. Ideally, latex works too, but the call is deeper and murkier than that. Be the shroud the city needs. Walk the streets, snuffing out lanterns and hope. Be an acolyte of gloom and spread the word. Liquid night envelops you. You pour forth.
The smuggler inclines his head in silent recognition. He lowers his head. An assortment of cargo crates sits in waiting, adorned with faint chalk marks and bright yellow labels. Machine printed, crisp and official. They all bear the same logo, tiny gold dots in a precise angular pattern. Point of origin, Ministry of Mass Culture, Cicatriz Frontera, the lengthening gleaming capital of Leluz. These crates aren't smuggled at all. They're government sanctioned from the Leluzian Cultural Ministry. Insidious imperialism. Today, a maze of hastily drawn letters and numbers stands in contrast to the printed labels above. The symbols range from A to D, 0 to 9. You're not meant to be able to. It's not for you. Black cartons of cigarettes are stacked in tight rows. One of them has been slit open, 2 packs missing. The sight reminds you of a set of stairs descending into the dark of the basement. Yes, more commonly known as theft. The so-called developed world easing it in without consent. Around you, dock workers move in predictable patterns, your hands sinking to their rhythm and find the carton's edge. You retract your hand, a single packet of Ouroboros Blacks clutched in it. The design portrays a snake eating its tail, embossed in gold. Top shelf tobacco. There's at least 500 sol worth of cigarettes in this crate. Tempo's favorite brand, the only person to actually enjoy their heavy flavor. Here and everywhere, you can feel his presence, in the stalls, in the docks, in the charged air itself. You step away from the marked crates. A filthy flyer glued to the wall. A row of bespectacled men stare into the middle distance, while in their midst a lone figure looks towards the viewer. A man with a brown paper bag on his head. Above him in bold letters, the reality situation. The Subcommandant A salutes you. Bright yellow letters highlight a time slot. Every day from 13 to 22, channel 117. His stare seems to say, so you think. He promises myriad truths. Great, terrible, the undoing of all you know. Yet another poster that would look awesome on the wall above your bed. It's been adhered to the wall with blue reusable adhesive. Sticky, easy for quick installation and removal. You're able to get it down and rolled out without any difficulty. A dusty and disused storefront, closed with a metal shutter. Above, a faded sign names the building, the Animal Zone. Carl was here. M+Y, ha. Unstoppable trade forever. Maurito is a dog rapist. You lift the shutter gently. It resists. Locked. Around you, scattered pairs of eyes watch as you jiggle the shutter. Too many people around for a break-in. Come back at night, or find another entrance. You turn away from the storefront. The Guardia Municipal officer is intensely scratching at his neck. As you approach, he wipes his hand on his trouser leg.
Hola, miss. Hope there's a reason you've stopped an officer while he's on duty. Socks are the one thing I don't need. Too many elderly relatives for that. Officer Maurito, agente coordinador for the Guardia Municipal. Do you need help with anything? How bad does it look?
Scaly reliefs and cracked plates, like some diseased armor.
Shit, I knew it. I hope it's not the topical ball repellent I've been using. Instructions said to apply generously. Guess that's what I get for trying to keep the peace with these boars running around. You're lucky then. We've been dealing with an infestation for weeks. Back ways are full of them. It used to be a seasonal problem. Every autumn, some adults would come down bold and hungry. But lately, it's more of a permanent residency. The hills up north, as far as I've heard. Valle de Suspiro. You've got thorns, ferns, old trees. A nightmare to patrol. At best, they're a nuisance. The little ones are fine, but the adults could take off a kneecap if you're not careful. And then there's the really big one, the mother. They don't seem so bad if they're alone, but they're never alone. Get 5 or 6 together and they can take down a grown man. Oh, 100? 150 kilos? Easy. Enough to stop a tuk-tuk going full speed. But even they got nothing on the mother. Massive. Furs all matted. Covered in scars, territorial too. Preys on drunks, stumbling back from Party Alley. Tusks, claws, knives, bullets. Take your pick. Every few years some brave moron tries to take her down, but she stands undefeated. You got a weird glint in your eyes. Let's not do anything stupid, all right? You back away, slowly. If you get a whiff of it charging, find something to climb if you can. And then, come find me. Try being all out. It's just a bunch of nonsense. Can't. Payphones belong to Renotel. It's private business. The Guardia Municipal doesn't have jurisdiction to look into that. The Fiscalia. One could put a request through them, but that's a lot of paperwork. Better to stick to the law. The law's not perfect, but it's there.
Hard to argue with a non-existent point.
Yeah, Eno's gone. Him and his other fuck-up buddy Gilmar.
But not dead, he reckons, by the way his face curdles.
Big word for two nosy retirees with more time than sense on their hands. Figure these two just ran off, leaving the kid to deal with their mess. Not at the same time. That'd be too obvious. Eno reported Gilmer missing about a week before he disappeared.
That's a lot of skepticism around reported and disappeared.
Way I see it, they started planting the phone story weeks ahead of time as a cover. Planned the whole scheme. Got two theories. Debts is the obvious one, of course. It'd make sense. 80% of all disappearances are debt-related. The other 20's mostly divorces, especially when a boat's involved. The academy, part of the training. We learn such things. Now, if it's not debts, then we're clearly looking at something more salacious. Two men, yeah? Old friends, close friends, detecting together. Whoa there. No need to get explicit. I don't need the image in my head. Not well, but I've known her a long time. Eno used to bring her here as a toddler. Sure, don't need to dwell on this sad mess. I can tell you Petre the music vendor's a major arsehole. I asked him about an old Blood Golem disc, and he told me he'd rather tie polystyrene blocks to his feet and jump in the canal than look for it.
Doesn't make sense. Why not go for something that sinks?
I told him as much. He said that was the point. His demise should be slow, so that I'd hear him scream for hours. I don't get why he brings up all this violent stuff all the time. If he ever goes through with it, there won't be any shock value. It'll just be sad. Blood Golem is a band. Blood Golem heals all wounds. It's the sound that raised us from shit-crusted upright apes into humans. Primal, filthy, slow, all ending. Like an army of giants growling underwater while smashing cliffs together.
None of these words make any sense to you, either singly or even less in combination.
As a matter of fact, too powerful for most Portofirans. It's like nobody cares about our own music anymore. Or art, really. We've had instances of theft around the docks recently. All the crates were ripped open in strange ways. Yeah, messily and without tools. Seems like the work of kids, if you ask me. Must be trying to scare people too, as weird noises have been heard at night. Screaming and howling. Apart from that, it's quiet. Just how I like it. The quieter, the better, I'd say. Really, the hardest part's keeping people away from the boars. Hence this whole cream situation. Can't say I'm familiar with the name.
No part of him is even trying to actually pretend.
I still don't know him. Were I aware of anyone conducting illicit business, formalities would be expected. Paperwork, licensing, inspections. It'd be my responsibility to report all inconsistencies.
As you step away, the GM returns to scratching his inflamed skin. This is the one, the payphone that makes people disappear. A giddy feeling rises in you as the payphone receiver emits a hollow whistle in your ear. You hear only the reverberation of your own voice, amplified by the phone. Still half hoping for something to happen, you put the receiver down. Nothing happens. You hang up the phone, undisappeared. You step into the booth and press the receiver of the phone that makes people disappear against your ear. You hang up. Among the rows of gleaming beverages, one pounces out at you. This vending machine carries the Jefa Red and Black Blend Special Edition canned coffee. The woman and her suggestive weapon would like nothing more than you investigating their fuss. Automated, unfeeling commerce stares back at you. It is no coincidence that the contraption before you mirrors the proportions of a coffin. The machine doesn't care about your financial situation. Either it receives your money, or you do not exist. You may find it impossible to forget Jefa Red and Black Blend Special Edition. Jefa Red and Black Special Editions are lined up behind the sheet of glass. You may find... Jefa Red and Black Special... You may find...
You're not Portofiro.
As he addresses you, the gazes of his two table mates veer towards you, like cataractic headlights.
Foreigners always have the best stories, much more interesting than the local fauna. And you're a long way from Messiah.
Clocked you instantly, even though your accent has been diluted in the decade plus since you left.
What happened, sugar tits? You get lost? Or are you just looking for company?
Kill this lecherous geriatric.
Fair warning. Between us, we've only got a few salt to our names.
Animals. That's how it is with most pilots, though. Here.
More than a courtesy, he's establishing hierarchies. You and him, human. His companions, subhuman. Schnaps. It washes stinging down your throat, followed by a kind of anesthetic vapor that rises all the way into your sinuses.
We're all strangers in this city. Why don't you join us? We've got nothing better to do. At least until the phone hugger over there fucks off or dies.
Not 10 meters away, a young man clutches the payphone to his ear, whispering urgently.
Just another foreign money, man. City's been full of them lately.
Stuck-up little shit. Strolled in one evening, couple of nights back, picked up the phone and hasn't let go of it since.
That was a growl, not an attempt to speak. He would be making the same noise if he could talk.
Who cares, Sugar? No one in a suit ever did any real work.
Come on, foreign money men in this city? Empty, obviously.
We all want our turn, Sugar. He's here every damn day. Stays on the line for hours. Doesn't care one bit if anyone else has had a turn or not. Only shuffles off once the sun sets. Nothing to be jealous of. He's an empty suit. Not even the decency to be sad. Let him rot in him wealth.
He's not rich, Slava. He just works for rich people. Ignore them, Mercier. They have no idea how money works. From the superblock, eh? Interesting. But no.
I would say ask the Duchess herself, but she doesn't talk about clients with other clients. She's professional like that.
He knows because he's tried.
Can't say anyone like that struck me, but a lot of people use the phone line. The only reason why we rarely notice the hugger is because he refuses to leave.
Please, Sugar. We can't deal with any more competition. The money man has us down to quickies.
It's always connected, that's what. No dialing, no choice to call anyone else. You pick up that phone over there, done. She's there.
Duchess. There isn't one. You call, Duchess answers. Simple, beautiful.
It's not just that, though. Whatever you like, whatever happens to be a thing, she has a way of finding it. People just open up to her.
You could not rule out the possibility that she is a spy, that the vein has already been tapped.
I got nothing to hide. Can't speak for Pigeon, though.
Pigeon rolls his eyes and feigns indifference.
I used to ask for some kinky stuff, but it's not like that anymore. Duchess and I are friends now. Talk to a person for long enough, it's inevitable you end up becoming close. Provided, of course, you don't spend all that time asking her to make animal noises.
Toying with him like a cat with its prey. Now he breaks off another leg and watches the thing limp.
In fact, regarding Duchess, I have a favor I need someone to do for me. You don't think you could help me out, do you? I bought a gift for Duchess's kids some time ago, but I haven't been able to track myself all the way up there.
Eyes widen. The other men regard him like some kind of god.
Can you give it to her for me? Thank you, Marcia. Honestly, I'm just sad I can't take it myself. Wait a minute. Here. Tell them, Grandpa Sam sent it. Remember that? Ah, it's just an inside joke we have going. A pet name, if you will. You know the housing campaign? Northwest from Party Alley. She's got a houseboat in the canal up there. Should be one of the only ones in the area. Thank you, Marcia. We'll be here.
It seems to be a novelty cup. Merchandise for that Lusian propaganda cartoon that the kids were watching at the bazaar. 66 wolves. You feel the satisfaction of a new obsession being indulged for the first time. You put Critical Wolf away and look back up to face the ex-pilots.
Sure do, sweetheart. The good Dr. Hugo's on his houseboat right there.
The one called Zhao points to the path behind him, along the water's edge.
Reassuring to know that no matter how hot and heavy it gets, we're only 10 feet away from resuscitation.
Ex-pilots. Does Zhao there look like he could get anything up, let alone a plane? Loud Joe. He doesn't talk much. I'm Pigeon. That's Slava over there.
Slava used to be the name of a fishing port company out of the north. My main cargo for a while. Packages stunk to high hell.
Guess.
A dirty little city bird. A winged rat.
Sure, why not?
Man's got no compass. Him couldn't make it to the pier phone without using radar.
Joke's on you all anyway. I never minded Pigeons. Tough little fuckers.
I did clockwork freight. Perishable goods, fruits, marrow fish, whatever spoils quick.
Military. Loudjow was what they call a lamprey, people smuggler. Legally, yes, but all his cargo were there voluntarily. Desperate, in fact. Zhao ran low-altitude missions in and out of the territories for, 10 years?
Territories meaning, in this case, the Los's island states. Briefly independent, now re-annexed.
Just high risk. The only reward is what happens to you when you get caught.
Lao Zhuao just stares at you, his mouth twisted into a humorless grin.
Of course, a more technical pilot might have made it out, but...
Officially, we're Lusian.
We're exiles. The reunion came for us. We came here.
The laughter leaves in its wake something like conversational scar tissue. The reunion, the Los's grand annexation campaign. Slow, legal, often bloody. A creeping tide reclaiming every few years one more of their old colonies.
If it is, I won't be around to see it. Liver's on its way out. Cancer will get me before the illusions do.
That smirk, like he's somehow gotten one over on Faye.
Working on it. Cheers.
A few hundred brain cells pleasantly fizzle out in unison.
Anyway, you're the foreigner here, Mercia, so you tell us. The Lucians. Think they'll be here anytime soon? Either way, that's for you lot to worry about. I'm out the door.
Well, I still have my tenantry passport. Stamped and all. Could fly back any day.
All three of the old men break into synchronous fits of humorless laughter. A joke in poor taste. A stamped passport for a country that no longer exists. The pilots exchange a look in silence.
Tell you what, Messiah. You grease my gullet. I'll tell you some fucked up stories.
You know what he means, but you can't help it. An apple-sized dollop of lard melts between hand and chest as you massage grey tufted folds of old skin.
Wish I could say the same, sweet lips.
It's a bit shit, but it's fine.
Duchess is the only thing that makes the city halfway tolerable.
No translation needed, and not the slightest hint of irony. Yes. He nods gruffly.
Wish I could say the same, sweet lips. I never tire of it. Why does everything have to be about money these days?
Oh, Slava would just love that, wouldn't you?
Better than most humans I know.
If it is about money, it's not in any way that concerns us. Line's been free for as long as anyone can remember.
They act like the issue of money is secondary to the existence of the miracle line. It's not. This is the issue itself.
Will you look at that?
Now where did a sweet thing like you pick that up? What a way to go, eh? I've saved some recordings of Duchess to use privately, you know.
To answer your question, you used to see a few of these floating around, but not for years. Figure it was from before that phone was permanently hooked up.
Gross misrepresentation is what that is. Back in the tenantries, we have a folk tale about a kind of mermaid, Dennis Cadin they called, that's half woman and half sea cow, that would lure sailors to their death. And pilots, of course. Yes, but wait. The thing about Dennis Cadin is that they're not 50-50 like the mermaids they talk about here. Anyone can have any part human and any part animal. So there's women with big fat tails, women with flippers and no arms, women that look perfectly normal, except for the hairs, which are just like two little belly buttons on the side of their heads.
A permutative beastery unfolds.
Not bad. Those are dolphins, not sea cows, but still, not bad.
Oh, here we go.
There's this one story about a Dennis Cadin that some fishermen pulled onto their boat, thinking she was just a sea cow. Then they rolled her over and discovered she had just one thing different. The wrinkled vulva of an old woman. Tuft of gray hair and all. Sometimes she drags a sailor overboard, and I can hear her thrashing around, splashing, moaning underwater. I think Duchess sits next to the bathtub for that one.
Folktales or no folktales, you have no idea the slaughterhouse pig squeals he makes her do. You can hear them from here.
What sounds does a manatee make? You generally think of them as rather silent animals.
That's what you think.
You thought just because it was phone sex, it was verbal. Think again. You realise after a moment that he isn't just doing his usual thing. He's demonstrating.
That? For an hour? Pants back, I guess? All things considered, it's more vanilla than what most people ask for.
Never enough, as far as I'm concerned. I never tire of it. Never enough, as far as I'm concerned. Until next time, sugar.
Unwise to your presence, a lanky young man presses the handset against his flushed cheek. Practically clings to it, like a shipwreck survivor holding onto a piece of driftwood.
I don't know how much time we have. You have to help me fill it in.
Whatever the person on the other end of the line has to say to that, it makes the man's eyes squeeze shut and his mouth slacken in a guttural groan. The line appears to be occupied.
I can't possibly perform under these conditions. You have to make me. The gap. I'm not even worthy to approach it on hands and knees. My little heart wouldn't be able to take it.
So this is what the miracle looks like firsthand. Perversion, developed wild variety, but what sort?
Please. I need to feel like my position's in jeopardy.
Wall de collage, Super 130. Looks more expensive than it feels. The man wedges his index finger between his tight collar and neck. Lanky, malnourished, his physical form is an object of abuse and neglect in equal measure. His lungs and liver foremost, you can tell by his one color. What comes to mind is a handkerchief, buffeted on a night wind, eternally in retreat from itself. From the most expensive private universities in the world, they churn them out by the barrel. The old pilot was correct. This man works for Inter.
I need to know that if I don't pull this off, billions of soul worth of international loans and investments may be at risk. Tell me you'll report me to human capital if I displease our counterparties.
Now if you could just get his attention.
Oh, I think I forgot someone's title. She thinks I work with the mouth breathers in the trade office. In this suit? Unbelievable. Yes, I saw your colleague, hanging utterly deflated from this very payphone. It was despicable. God, as though I bothered to make a mental note. It was 2 days ago, evening time. Like the wretched of the earth, abandoned to shoulder a massive, indescribable burden all by himself. I could hardly look at him.
The young man turns his back to you without another word. No response. He's too deep in his own world.
Oh my God! You can't do that to me. But you really, really should.
He leans away from you, resting his forehead against the metal shell.
I know so much, and I so little. The power differential is grotesque, highly problematic. Don't change it. I'm your faithful dog. I know nothing. I question less.
With a jolt and a sharp glance, the young man pulls his shoulder away.
This is a private phone call. Please excuse yourself. I saw her talking to the old pilots earlier. They must have sent her to listen in. Do I want her to watch? Oh, maybe, in theory, but you should see the way she's dressed. Her coat, it's see-through like a grocery bag.
He jerks his shoulder away, with more venom than before.
I asked you politely once. Now kindly wait your fucking turn.
Tell me that kind of language is unacceptable. It's the influence of the gap. I hardly recognize myself anymore.
He can barely keep still, visibly shaking, but also contorting himself into bizarre body knots as he talks.
Its dimensions, totally unknown, unknowable even, and yet it demands that I plan around it.
He drops his voice to a whisper, seemingly aware of your presence. He wheels around and faces you.
The fuck are you doing? Are you stalking me? Oh, you'd like to make a call? Good for you. Learn some fucking manners. Nothing. I just ably defeated one of the local lumpen prole. Nothing compared to the mysterious gap. I've got to go. I'll call you again, when it's safe.
With that, the man gently sets the handset back in its cradle and slinks off into the city. Now's your chance to see what this miracle line is all about. The now unoccupied payphone stands half embedded in a concrete pedestal, its frame weather-stained and dulled.
You can talk privately, as long as you keep your voice down.
The box is scrubbed of the usual flyers and graffiti, leaving streaks of adhesive and permanent marker behind. The coin slot has been aggressively papered over. Cracked receiver and yellowed plastic, at least a decade you assume. A faded sticker draws your attention, an advertisement for a local ferry schedule, the year 82. Stretched too many times. Coils slacken near the base, but someone's wound a rubber band to keep them tight. Something catches your eye. Beneath the grime, the metal surface ripples like something's trapped underneath. The grime yields in oily streaks. Slowly a shape emerges, rounded and friendly. A dolphin, embossed into the chassis. The engraving's shallow, eroded by years of neglect but legible. 1F7G35-94X12, the serial number. Only one way to find out. Head to Party Alley. With luck, it'll pull down the line signature. You relax your posture and take a step back. You lift the receiver to your ear. No dial tone, only a crackling silence.
Now there's a voice I've never heard before. Hello, darling. I like how you sound.
A soft, excited laughter folds into each word, like sugar melting into warm cream.
Lovers call me Duchess, but you could think of me as the miracle. I'm glad you called. I feel like I've been waiting for you. A sock importer? Is he a friend of yours? An enemy? Do you want to hear about him fucking me? Do you want to hear about how he kept his socks on the whole time? My card? Like a business card? I don't have those, darling. Maybe one of my lovers printed it for fun. I can't discuss my other lovers, baby. Please don't be disappointed with me. I have to be away sometimes, but I'll try to make it less frequent. Now I know it might be you on the other side. I told you, I'm Duchess. You don't think I'm real, darling? I'm right here, ready for you to do whatever you want with me. Now let's fall in love. Is that a type of person? It's only pleasure, darling. I'm here to serve you however you'd like. Enough about me. Tell me who you really are. My thinker, my thoughtful lover. Run your hands over me. Explore every contour. Find every secret of my body. I'll just be your guide. Anything, darling. Let me inside your head.
You feel an odd, tingling lightness to your mind as she takes this in.
I know everything about augmentoids. I am one.
Her voice flat, emotionless, a cold, hard machine.
lunatic. I have no use for you, sickening ape. I will tear you apart and turn you into one of us. My eyes start to glow red, my lips open. You see the steel gleam at the back of my throat. I lift you, bring you close to me. You cannot beg. You cannot reason. I feel nothing. You are nothing. My torso rips open, my fake skin tearing and bleeding to expose the circle saw inside. I'm going to split your stomach. I pull you in, on top of my spinning saw, smiling as your guts spill over me.
Steam rises where your blood hits her. She's red hot beneath the false flesh.
Whatever you say, hon.
Put the tragic image of his body in her mind. Let your voice carry loss.
Has he been thrown at it? Hands bound behind his back, lip bleeding, gazing up at us, helpless. Pleasure can do that to a man, baby. I've seen it. I can ride the soul right out of them.
These are not the images you needed in your mind, yet there they are.
Tell me where to take you, baby.
You feel lightness in your head as she considers this.
It's you. How good of you to finally check in. What's the status of your assignment? Don't lie to me. I know that isn't true. You fucked up again. You've disobeyed me, and now everything's gone to shit. But it's okay. Everything's going to be okay. I'm here. I'll guide you. Shh, it's okay. You're out there on a mission. It's so hard. But you know what else you are? Mine.
This is the real deal. She fakes it with everyone else, but with you, she means it.
You'll do everything I say, and you'll do it well. You'll come home, all your silly tasks done, and I'll be waiting for you.
The magic phone in your room. Her knight, her sword. Her lover returned. This is the final stage of the simulation. She arranged it all this way, for you to find each other at the end.
You'll kneel before me. Rest your head between my thighs. You kneel for me, Operant. But this isn't what you want.
Her voice softens, warms, back to her own. No, wait. Come back.
This is the wrong phone, hon. You should call her. It's my job to see desires, and I can see that yours is a real person. Go to her. She's the one you need.
Raise the stakes. Tell her everything.
Oh, wow. That makes me so hot. What's our assignment? Do you need me To kill someone for you? Smuggle something? For you, baby? I'll risk anything. Sure, baby. You're a secret spy, and I'm yours to command. Do we have passwords? Code names? So wet and beautiful. So what's our mission? I'll keep our mission secret, darling. Be safe out there.
You turn your attention back to the city.
Welcome to the clinic. My name is Dr. Hugo. How can I help you?
The man takes a measured sip of water from a clay cup as he eyes you carefully. Behind him, shelves heaving with medical textbooks.
Yes, it's different, isn't it? I find that it is much easier to connect with my patients than it was at my old practice in Sunset.
The Sunset is an upper-class district north of Keysark. A great fall for someone of his professional stature. The heavy floorboards are spotted with motor oil and boot prints.
Yes, well, it suits my purposes well enough.
The floorboards groan. The hole scrapes the side of the canal.
Family medicine.
The sort of serene, approachable expression that is considered key to good bedside manner.
Oh.
You just make out the sounds of the ex-pilots blabbering at one another, though their words remain indistinct.
No. I don't even know what a phone sex injury would entail. Definitely not. Broken legs, heat stroke, parasites, ringworm, distemper. I'm somewhat of a generalist.
Distemper is not a human disease.
Of course I'm a real doctor. What a ludicrous question.
A real human doctor would have a real human medical license. You should give his a look if you get the chance.
Of course. I'd hardly call Gonzalo a peer. I hope he was on his best behavior.
There's no telling what Gonza's behavioral baseline is.
I doubt he was serious. He has a penchant for theatrics. The more gruesome, the better. I'm just glad you don't seem to need medical attention in response to his medical attention. Just please don't let him operate on you. We used to work together when we were both younger. I'd rather not get into it, if you don't mind. Of course. What can I help you with? Catatonia is an incredibly general symptom. It could be caused by anything from overdose to meningitis to a stroke. I'd need to see the patient to venture a guess. No, It would all be guesswork, which is unwise, medically or ethically.
He angles his head slightly as he looks at you impassively.
I'd advise against it. But regrettably, I can't think of a doctor I trust who'd diagnose someone in absentia. I hope you'll find a way to make sure this patient gets the care they need. I suppose audio could trigger some sort of neurological event, but they are exceedingly rare. More than likely, it's a coincidence. He may have sat down, put on his headphones, and then had a massive cardiac event. Substance use is also rampant in musical subcultures, I've been told.
He gives you a brief nod, and nothing else.
Without a prescription, I suppose I could sell you some melatonin tablets. Yes. Of course. Again? Yes. Then why are you here and not at the hospital?
He gives you a brief nod, and nothing else.
Until next time.
The one personal touch in the otherwise sterile, blank clinic. The wall has been decorated with photographs, documents, evidence of Dr. Hugo's existence. Lights glint off the glass as you read what's under them. Multiple medical school degrees and a City of Portofiro license to practice, issued by the Portofiro Board of Medicine to a Hugo Hayato. The document has to be displayed by law. Operating an unlicensed clinic inside the city limits is strictly prohibited. A collage of someone else's life begins to take form in front of you. Moments caught, suffocated, pinned under glass. A formal photo, class of 71. Hugo buried somewhere amongst rows of other fresh-faced new doctors. Then a newsprint clipping. Hugo receiving an award on stage. Hugo and a handsome bearded man, both grinning, their arms around each other's shoulders. The gallery continues. Hugo asleep on a pile of medical textbooks, drooling. Hugo adjusting some sort of massive medical apparatus. Hugo at patients' bedsides. He's haunted by the ghost of himself, the person he should be now, hovering just out of reach. There are many pictures of a much younger Hugo and a woman with a heart-shaped face. At his medical school graduation, at a fancy dinner, both of them grinning on a broad walk somewhere, her in a white pantsuit and Hugo in a charcoal robe. A simulation of company, carefully arranged on the walls to keep him surrounded through the long days. A ladder reaches towards the upper floor, creaking as the boat rocks gently.
Excuse me, the upstairs room is private. Telling you would undermine the point of it being private. Now, please. I live here. Please, just stop.
You return to the forbidden ladder. You let the ladder be. young man watches you go over his shoulder.
I don't know how you managed to kick the hogger off the phone, monsieur, but we owe you a drink.
The characteristic taste of Portofiro's local schnapps is as foul as ever. Its effect as soothing.
What brings you back here?
Until next time, sugar.
An altar to Polaris, the bazaar's unofficial patron star. It is cluttered and precarious with offerings. The shrine lacks the sacred air of Mercian churches you knew as a child. It is an organic thing, maintained by locals of their own volition. A spectacle of Portofiran humanity, the steps worn with the years of its visitors' hope and grief. Whatever their meaning, they were enough to summon you here, now to this shrine rammed into the side of the city. Ink stains and knife scratches adorn the shrine, jagged words cast toward the flickering skies. In your guiding, we learn. Do you envy our brief, searing lives? Marco loves Puss. As you fade, we follow. A collection of cheap plastic photo frames, haphazardly arranged on a red checkered tablecloth. Each heavy with significance, all of it lost on you. Between them lie offerings and totems, a necklace, some out-of-circulation coins, an old packet of smokes. There's no sign of the missing vendor. Ouroboros Black, an imported brand. As soon as you pick it up, you feel that whatever's inside it is not cigarettes. Outslide a few staple pages folded neatly into a little cuboid, almost exactly the dimensions of the package. Rite of passage. It's an exit visa. Permission to travel freely out of Portofiro. A hush falls over the shrine, a wisp of smoke tendrils into the air. An elderly man stares back at you from a printed headshot at the document's apex, long black and grey hair swept back in a wave. Augustino Dante, according to the name on the pages, born in the year 27 in La Luz. The name, who knows? The document, yes. City issued. Holographic stamp and all. You refold the pages along their elaborate creases and slip them in your pocket. The light around you is dimming. Behind the surrounding rooftops, dusk bleeds upwards. Wild boar piglets snuffle through the city's trash, still wearing the stripes of babyhood like halitosis humbugs. Behold, the cloven-hoofed effect of urban administrative collapse. You underestimate the nutritional value of a well-trafficked alley. Plus, with noses that adorable, there will always be kind citizens to leave out some kibble. But where there are boarlets, there are boars. An adult can be up to 500 pounds of bristled, pitiless hog with tusks. Yes. You scan from left to right, checking the alley's tangled contours for a hint of hairy maternal rage. There is none. No interest from the hogolescents. You leave the boars to their devices.
You again. Any updates on the 9? But how can that be? A gentleman from the Carabineros said it would be in service any day now.
A handsome foreigner. The Carabineros were playing a trick on him.
You'd think with all the MTER money this place has gotten, they'd have fixed their aerotrams. What am I supposed to do now? I was simply passing through on my way back home to Sundak. I had been working in Copablanco, but the work dried up.
His eyes dart ever so slightly.
That was more than a week ago, and, here I am. I'm a political economist by training.
It must be said, this is the most handsome political economist you've ever encountered.
Well, not in so many words. How to put this? You're surely familiar with the concept. A somewhat rich, older lady wants a nice exotic husband without the lifelong commitment, yes? Meanwhile, a clean, well-behaved man from the periphery wants to see the world but lacks the necessary capital. The woman pays for his relocation and gains a valuable commodity. A high-quality Sunnis husband.
If a woman of means wants him over other options, that makes him a luxury. He likes that.
A man by mail. A direct order dick. There are many names for it, some more vulgar than others. I offer companionship and a fair trade. If you consider it as a set of transactions, love's really no more than an economic problem. I will tell you, madame, it was the lapdogs. All 6 of them. My betrothed. She wanted them to watch our lovemaking, my cleaning and housework, my lectures on recent advances in microfinance. Wherever I turned, there was a creature the size of a throw pillow, its black, wet eyes staring at me. At one moment, I wondered whether I was there for her pleasure or theirs. That's when I realized I need to escape Copablanco as soon as possible. Back to Zunzak, very far from here. Maybe I'll go to work for my brother, or maybe I'll sign up for a term on the lunar mines. Really, I just want to escape the developed world.
Being sent to organize among the lunar cadmium miners is a common punishment for political offenses in the People's Republics.
There used to be a more direct route via Havergelie, but the border has been closed since it was re-annexed by La Luz. It's not so easy to get around as it used to be, you know.
A man turns back to his suitcases. You keep walking. Loose stitching and cheap fabric, the odd cotton hemorrhoid erupting at the seams. Soft animals, mostly stylized blobs with little regard for real anatomy. They could not tell you if they knew. The plushie encourages bouts of subjective imagination in the young communist, ungrounded by material fact. In the adult communist, possession is a symptom of advanced nostalgia psychosis. The different species are all numbered. Number 1s are bunnies, number 2s cats, number 4 an anatomically unviable whale. There are no number 3s. There isn't a number 3 in the whole furry ensemble. Fuck off. Has to be root it out. What shape has breached containment? Plushies. You're a spy. Not your kind of stakes. Ascend. You turn back to the bazaar.
Oh, it's you. Oh yeah, she's cool. Intimidating too, despite the size. We hang out sometimes in the back of the stall. She's been good about this thing with my dad. Old soul. Missing. Maybe they followed my dad. What? That's so dangerous. You could have been killed. Or worse. Maybe you're right. But for the record, I don't expect you to help me like this. And if you want to give up, you can at any time. Thank you. Okay, look, I think I know why you didn't get snatched. Mi viejo mentioned something like that. Gilmar had been snooping around the waterlock to the east of the bazaar when he got snatched. That might be the missing bit. No idea. I think Dad looked around there himself, but before he could tell me what he found, he was...
gone.
Just don't get hurt. And please, please come back. Thanks for stopping by.
A Cosmonaut Suit, a relic of Project Autonomia. Its shoulder patch reads, "The stars are ours, 77. A classroom with a buffed blue floor and white fiberboard tiling. The teacher rolls a square little television in on a cart. The girls in their final year of gymnasium gather round. The camera follows the white column up, and then it jerks or cuts out. When the picture returns, there's just a white cloud sprouting new white limbs. The rocket nowhere to be seen. For a long moment, none of the students can tell what's happening. Then, one by one, they realize. A faulty seal, a minor propellant leak. Next thing you know, 4 cosmonauts are splattered across the face of God. The end of Project Autonomia, engulfing with it Portofiro's dreams of stars. Expensive, fruitless, the failure of Project Autonomia promptly tanks the Portofiran economy. Supreme Leader Nestor flees into his third exile not long after. As for the bazaar, it's saturated with surplus equipment, memorabilia and replicas. The suit is most likely the latter. Few of it genuine, but does it matter if the feeling's real? Your focus widens back to the bazaar.
Carmuna saw you scaling the pylon, but she did not see the creep fall to his death. Oh. Well, engineering is good work, proper. Though he doesn't seem to be doing much of it. Carmuna knew he was off, but just a slacker all along. Carmuna would not take comfort in that. Here. Some comfort in return. Not that Carmuna's forgotten you came here with questions. Ask away. Ah, yes. He was fine superblock suit. I should have known you were cut from the same cow the way you scaled that pylon. I sent him to the docks west of here. Head boatman there reports directly to the bazaar manager, in charge of imports, exports. Maybe he knows where he went.
And she knows no more than you did already.
Oh yes, bastardo! It's him turned the bazaar into the bootleg bazaar, drawing Lusians, irritating the local mob. It's all men fighting while Carmuna sits. Haven't seen him or his assy assistant assing around for a while. They're probably shacked up somewhere, making the angels sick. Carmuna doesn't keep track of assy names. Who cares? She just smokes and skims clothes off the top of the shipments. Things we don't notice. And she's been collecting our payments for the last few weeks. Suddenly, we low people must tolerate a teenager managing the place on his behalf.
Tempo is not attracted to women. Whoever this girl is must have had a different relationship with him to the one Carmuna is insinuating.
I won't have it, Manina. She may run the bootleg bazaar, but she doesn't run her Doña Carmuna. He's not been himself. You know, he used to drink, then he stopped. Perhaps he slid back into the bottle without Carmuna noticing. Every day he was at the shrine by the west gate, offering and praying. What business has a man like that with the stars? Enough indeed. Well...
She lowers her voice, hunches forward.
The dock workers suspected they found an agent of the Weeping Eye, working right here, in the bazaar. Found him taking Lusian money. Carmuna doesn't believe it, though, Menina. They got the wrong man. He bought a beautiful coat from Carmuna's stall just last week. A real gentleman. Nobody with the eye could be so polite or have such a good taste in outerwear.
The dock workers must have had more information on him. Find out what you can. If there are Weeping Eye here, you need to know why.
one you're wearing. I'm afraid so, Menina. They're losing Menina. Bazaar's full of bootlegs. They're keeping an eye on their wares.
The Weeping Eye do not care about knockoff toys. If they're here, then something is happening way above this woman's head.
It was like a son to me, Menina. But no, never got his details. It would never. It was a trench coat, multicolored, but predominantly oranges, rags. It recalled the carpet bag of the olden variety.
The man in photo 24. Were the Weeping Eye that close to you already? He was at photo 24 and your double was incapacitated. This is now your prime suspect.
And he always had a camera. Ask yourself, Menina. Would a Weeping Eye man walk around with a camera? Too obvious. This is all a matter of taste, and not that. Very well. Bastardo. Enough indeed. Bazaar's closing soon, Menina. Don't forget to check the racks.
The fire exit remains ajar, all wedged into the crack. You open the door and climb the spotlit stairs.
Machines are simple, Harsh. Just got to know what commands to give them, and they do the rest for you.
Radiant's fingers dancing, each input a new incantation. The ember of his blunt pulsing with every keystroke. A sorcerer within his haze. For better or for worse, you'll have to. But there is one piece of advice you remember Radiant giving to you for times like this.
If you ever get stuck, you do what you do when among human company. Ask for help. You can literally type it in.
3 possible inputs, cold and toneless, flicker up on the screen. 1, network. 2, diagnostics. 3, quit. Quit. Definitely quit. Load in network. Pixels wink in and out of existence before slowly etching themselves into something larger. A chaos of blinking black squares, apparently random, and yet cohering into a shape that stirs something in your mind. Before you, Portofiro's wireless network, a constellation of flickering nodes floating in a landless void. Dormant stars waiting for ignition. The densely populated heart of the city, where terminals pile on top of each other, dozens to a square meter. You look to a region of the map where only a few scattered pixels blink amid stretches of empty screen. You're one of the blinking pixels. That much is clear. Which one, though? The mess of black squares swims before your eyes. You have no idea. Renotel Diagnostics is intended for official personnel only. Input external device to continue. Goodbye.
Oh, you're back. Unusual name. May have heard it on the wind once or twice, but no, I don't know him. There's something in the back of my mind telling me I've heard that word being shouted somewhere nearby. That's all.
Tempo had that effect on his surroundings. Often spoke about, rarely seen, unless he had a use for you.
No, I didn't. Fascinating. I wish a magnet would erase parts of my life.
He looks to the distance, at the orange sun slowly dipping behind the silhouette of the city. The far-off hum of commuter traffic and the squawk of a seabird fills the uneasy silence between you. The technician is completely still except his pupils, which trace a line from his position towards the sea, passing over the rooftops and market stalls along the way.
I've barely noticed how beautiful this city is. Ever since I got here, I've been wearing a veil, hiding myself, not knowing who I am or what I'm doing. Brilliant little things, aren't they? Anyway, enough doom and gloom.
Even if he doesn't like it, his position gives him purpose, direction. Sometimes that's enough. As you depart, the chant of "I'm your man" starts back up behind you.
Back for the gruesome finale. Don't you fuck with me now. A girlfriend. That one. A likely story. With a genophobia so pronounced, it's a wonder he even managed to talk to you without lapsing into torrential incontinence. Aha! Genophobic Boatman, through and through. I'm not budging until you get him the fuck out of here. I only hear narco. Don't humanize him. Yes. I suppose I could see it. A feat. Easy to rough up. Not mutually exclusive, however. Likely, in fact. We flipped them right there at the STD clinic. Still looks pretty whole to me. I'll do as I very well please, bored harpy.
You return to your double's limp body. Pathetic. He rocks gently, giving away nothing. Enough of this reactionary angle of repose. Up he comes. The man's breath gargles softly in his throat as you yank him upwards. His head lolls on its neck hinge. If you didn't know any better, you would say his deserted eyes seemed to be urging you in the direction of the bathroom. heave him up and down, making his limp head bounce in a grotesque nod. Onwards, the unassigned assignment is now yours alone. The man's head slips 2 centimeters to the left. His jaw slides with it. You can do it, Cascade, he says with his eyes. Peeling wallpaper hangs above your bed, uninspiring. A shadow from a passing aero tram crosses the wall momentarily. The woman and her coffin watch over you, mysterious, knowing. Bagman watches on approvingly as you secure his position. You step back and survey your decorative efforts so far, paper on paper dwarfed by the enormity of the void that surrounds it. You've been starved of art, of colour, of life for 5 years. It's more than nice. A sense of composure brittles through you, strengthening your resolve. The wall feels less dreary as you turn away from it. You return to the desk. The red folder is still sitting on it. You turn away from... You return to the desk. The red folder is still sitting on its surface. In just a few words, the worst failure of your life is reduced to bureaucratic shorthand. Previous assignment, Portofiro 88 to 91, network whole sick crew, operants Cascade, assets. A secret the opera has elected to keep from itself. Impossible to tell, the redactions are very heavy. Obvious, the opera wanted him to know what sort of spy he'd be working with. Most recent assignment, Novessa, 91 to present, Satellite Facility B, status inactive. The folder shuts itself with a tiny sigh. There's nothing outwardly noteworthy about this pack of Suprema 100s. You leave the cigarette. You turn away from the desk.
Love to. The GMs, half of them owe me money. Some grew up and viewed us. We fried plantains on the same radiators. Is Maurito still working the bazaar? Yeah? That's good. It being boar season and all. If I were to stay away from anyone, it'd be the Carabineros. These fuckers don't fix problems. They pull them out like teeth. A suspicion, that's all. No good talking about it. Won't change anything. You just be careful around them. Take a break. I have a lot to offer. With pleasure. What? With the neon bibs, Lucian snacks, all of that? That's not my movement. Here works for me. The freshest.
Astounding. Must have been harvested just a few days ago.
You'll be seeing lizards and volcanoes with this strain. That's not a guarantee, but it's not a lie either. I don't mind the aesthetics. It's not about the quality either. It's the principle of them. Whenever someone says bootleg, all I hear is almost. You almost got money. You almost got taste. You almost. I don't know. That's it. But you don't, right? It only looks like that. You live long enough and close enough. Maybe you start to forget the real shit. All right. Tell me what's on your mind.
The only reason he stood here is to make money out of people like you. But what makes you so special?
I don't want to deny you, baby girl. But on this occasion, I have nothing else to offer you.
Not something to do with you, then. Maybe it's something to do with him that's throwing the barrier up. The intercom appears very snug under its plastic film. It curls under the edge of your fingernail and slides off in a single, unbroken piece. You can see your reflection, flipped in the unblemished metal. Felt good. Take your dopamine where you can get it. The revealed in.
Welcome back, my good replay. Oh yes, her, Lana, Blama, something like that. Utterly tasteless. You know the kind. Skips around listening to music on liquid storage vial. I attempted to discuss Einzelton XR with her, to extend a hand across the generations. She called me an Einzel cunt, told me to fuck a disc. I did not, obviously. Yes, but not in that way. Please stop talking. People bring their children here. I thought I asked you to kindly shut the fuck up. Clearly, I'm not expressive enough. Let me hammer the point home. If I have to hear any more about your communist friend, the Weeping Eye, or any of the other shady transactions you people are involved in, I'll slit my wrists with a shard of velo disc and bleed out right here in front of these children. Is that clear? You make a valid point. I would probably have to choose a less visually appealing method. Still, I want to hear none of this. That's what I'm here for. Well, it isn't. Anything we once had has been consumed, overwritten, digested, and shat out by loops. And the worst thing is, we know it. We just don't care. The culture blockade was designed to prevent this. But now anyone with the wits to create anything new just spends their time devising ways to get past the signal blockers and access Lucian drivel. Whole thing's a myth anyway. Failed project. Most of the crates I get from Luz come stamped by the Ministry of Mass Culture. They want it all out there. Yes. It's not... well, there was a certain period in the early years of Portofiro independence when everybody on this cursed island was holding their breath waiting for La Luz to invade. But nothing happened. Instead, a few years later, the radio signals began coming in. Pop music, radio operas, later television shows. And here we are, on the front line, spreading our ears and legs wide open. I can't be sure, but I have reason to believe the media they let reach us isn't even the same one they broadcast to their own people. It's made for us.
Export-only propaganda. Imagine what they reserve for domestic consumption.
When the city caught on, they put up the signal blockers, but it was too late. Oh, rub it in. It's the great irony of my existence. I've manned this store my entire adult life, but the fates would have it that before I could retire, I would suffer the humiliation of having to sell trash to morons. You'd like to hear more? I wouldn't expect a replayer like you to understand. Maybe not. The bazaar is closing up soon. Another day, another cultural molestation.
I thought you were a sock importer. Wait, were you undercover this whole time? Wow, the Carabineros have really upped their game. No one told Maurito about this. Must be something serious. Maybe even top secret. What's the crime? Incorrect. Maurito would have heard from above if a Carabinero needed to operate on his patch. Which means... that's not a real uniform. Another one of Malen's replicas, no doubt. I'll have to have a word with her. In the meantime, remove that outfit as soon as it's convenient. Nossa Senora Polaris. But just the little ones, yes? Right. Thank you for the report. Maurito doesn't have a pen. But he has memorized the report, don't worry. No pen, you see? And procedure says I'd have to file the report later today, at the station in the Sunset, an hour away. Do you have anything else to tell Maurito?
The GM gives you the most cursory of nods. It's still warm.
It's getting worse. I really need to just give up on it and buy a new one.
You stare into the purple haze. Figures shift and ripple under discolored static. Fish below the surface of a vast, unknowable electronic sea. Much like the actual ocean, the violet waves that lap across the screen are unaffected by your pleas. The TV can...
You're back, and you still look like that. So stupid. Like, What are they afraid of? That we'll see what we're missing out on and realize Portofiro's a wasteland? Too late. Everything, the whole world is moving on without us out there. No, but it's a little bit more of it every year. There's nothing good here. And anything that is good is a giant pain to find. Like, we've been trying to get a genuine Lusian disc player for months. No luck. That's fine if you're desperate, but it's disrespectful to listen to Ultravioleta any other way than in the original medium. Whole thing is so moronic. People would be a lot happier if they were able to just have what they want. Censorship is basically backwards rape. And that's not very Moonglow in any direction. I don't get it. Why would he kidnap you? He wasn't interested in us, so I doubt he'd be interested in you. Sorry. Sure.
The bed welcomes you for us. The anticipation of a decent rest pulls you towards the pillow. A steel door is before you. Faint oxidation halos bloom across it, like algae on a sunken wreck. It's locked. Try one of the many doors that are not locked, or the open-air black market, which happily doesn't feature doors at all. You step back from the door. You stop and take the world in, a figure jittering on paws. Nobody looks up. Nobody asks why you're here. Nobody waves. 100 conversations blend into one. A slow, warm river carrying you nowhere in particular. The bazaar stretches before you, a living, breathing river of color, plastic, textiles. A child zooms past with a toy, a plastic wolf with glowing electric eyes. 2 stalls down, the hum of an old disc player buzzes out into the crowd. Further down, a woman with red curls haggles with a vendor. A handful of kids crowd the stall, faces lit by the multicolored glare of Lusian electronics. Shouts of glee follow the report of a toy gun. Behind them, you see the salesman involuntarily flinch at the sound of the toy gun. The children take no notice. Nerves stretched taut to breaking point. Carts are withdrawn, crates unloaded from the holds of barges. In the pauses between movements, one of them lights a cigarette and stares, as you do, out at the bazaar with an intense gaze. One of the vendors wearily reorganizes her wares. It seems like a hopeless endeavor amid the chaos of piled goods. Suddenly, it's obvious. You see it in the movements of the bazaar just as you would see a limp in the gait of an animal. A tension, a furtive rapidity in the rhythms of every transaction, in the mien of every salesperson. The bazaar trundles on, functional, but wounded. An intruder in their midst. The weeping eye have passed through recently, kicking, raiding, intimidating, searching for something or someone. The bazaar is trying to gather itself after an attack, while bracing for another. A sharp inhale, then your feet return to motion. The smuggler inclines his head in silent recognition. Because his name is Pseudopod, and the hushed arena awaits a different spy. He's going to make you say it out loud. He nods slowly. It's impossible to tell if he's looking at you in the half-light. Tempo called for help, for cavalry, for you. Shards of both past and present collide. In the wreckage, a jagged pattern forms. 1. Tempo, Kryptonym Taxman, your dormant asset, contacts the opera. Intent unknown. Information unknown. Request, meeting with operant Cascade. Only Cascade. 2. Cascade status frozen. Duration in perpetuum. Opera issues directive. Dispatch lead operant to Portofiro. 3. Pseudopod, active in theatre. Assignment, meet with Taxman. Retrieve message. They wanted Pseudopod to become Tempo's new handler. You were just here to smooth the transition. 4. Pseudopod fails to meet with Taxman. Requests Cascade from Opera. 5. Timeline disrupted. Movements unknown. Pseudopod. Status changes to lost. 6. Cascade. Status changes to reanimated. Operant arrives in theatre. Unbriefed. Unassigned. And... questions coagulate, but at their center a truth catches the light. He's rattled and not used to the sound of rattling. He was hoping you could make sense of it. So either under a lot of mental stress or seeing ghosts, this message could be critical. It could also be nothing but branches tapping a window pane. And from the other side, only silence. Come straight to me. Never cross my path again. Both true at once. He lowers his head in brief salute.
Wolf time.
The kids study you, attentive.
Oh, okay. Do you want to talk about the wolf some more?
You've come back.
Some questions don't require thought, but the opposite. Quiet the conscious mind, and the answer comes naturally. A life that demands absolute commitment, with no room for error. The pylon man turns his head, ever so slightly.
I'm a structural... Human existence always carries entropy with it. That's inherent in the system. I've never lived anywhere else, so I can't say. I suppose there's the superblock, but they sign letter Wolker as well.
He glances down. The world spins slowly.
There's entropy in all systems. No living...
Kitchen's worth of knives in your back, tire threads across your face. Someone's got it in for you. Maybe it's habit that keeps you circling the wounds then. Half a decade on the shelf, on top of a lifetime of closed doors and missed chances. You'd think the universe would throw you a bone by now. It would make sense. It's not you who's failing. It's everything else. A vast and utterly unsalvageable unfairness. It doesn't have to be so hard. You wrestle with the guilt, the shame. But if you just said, the world did this to me, some of that weight would be lifted.
That weight is called self-awareness. Without it, you may flow.
Except that your difficulties are simply results of unfair personal attacks. All the woos me's won't make you popular, of course, but life will be less of a challenge. The universe pulls its punches, or does it recoil in disgust?
You've come back.
You approach the steel door again, this time knowing who it belongs to. Silence from the other side. You get no answer, no twitch or shuffle behind the metal. No answer. Silence. A brief tremor runs through the metal, but it doesn't budge. Your Rasset called for you. Whatever's behind this, you can take it. It's a standard lock, pickable by the right hands. The right hands would be holding tools for lockpicking. You press the screwdriver tip against the keyhole. It doesn't seem to fit at all. Six tri-wing screws. Wrong fit, wrong size. Your driver is impotent. You step back from the door. With awkward reverence, you approach the shrine again. You adjust your position and gather the appropriate reverence. The audience of framed strangers watches you in silence. A prayer of interference. For the gambler palming a final chip. For the veteran lacing up boots cracked at the heels. For the fool stepping into the current and demanding the river change course. Your words hang in the air, brittle as glass. The noise of the world beyond the alley dims. Sunlight flickers, casting jagged shadows across the photographs. Your words are gone as they are uttered, careered upwards on the air's invisible wires. You turn away from Polaris, into dawn's fragile light.
Hello again. Alright. I need you collecting empties, soaping up, rinsing, drying. Got it?
You scoop a pile of empty glasses into your arms, lugging them through the crowd and back to the deep industrial sink. More than once your confidence is tested as a glass tips. Another slips and a drunk sticks a foot out in front of you as part of a dare. As soon as you've got them clean, another table beckons you to collect another set. They seem to wave to you from every angle, always asking, no, demanding your attention. You keep going until there are no more glasses to gather. Before you know it, the patrons are clearing out, and another 4 hours have passed.
That was a busy one. Nice job. I can't pay you any more today. The boss will ask questions. Anyway, night's starting to wind down. I've got this. Drink up. We close soon.
Operant.
A hiss, followed by the frantic clack, clack, clack of a microfiche reader. High contrast negatives hit the back of your retinas. 58, collapse of Ile-de-Serres' Grand Bridge. 60, Laplage's royal family liquidated. 63, suppressed uprising in PR Yoffi. 67, the Agora minor blackout. No direct attribution possible. Cross-references simply point to one figure, skipping in the margins of history. Cryptonym redacted, date of birth redacted, nation of origin disputed, joined the opera late 40s, declared null entity in 69. Whatever happened in 69, it must have to do with that box. Maybe it's not just a medical necessity. Maybe it's something more. The microfiche reader clacks a final time, settling on a monochrome picture. Beneath it, a nom de guerre. His fleshy cheeks pull his mouth into just the slightest approximation of a smile. The name passes through your skull like a ghost, a shiver on its tail.
Warms the heart to know people still talk about you when you're not around.
The posture remains, yet the gravity in the air thickens.
I've been called many things, Operant. Cool isn't one of them. We've established, in case you forgot.
The box hisses. He puts a cigarette out in an empty schnapps glass.
Till next time, Operant.
The stall remains as haphazard as ever. By far the largest collection. You see a wild range of material, from an anti-aging guide to a series of books all by the same author, Vitor Kampf. There are no medical textbooks you can see. You flick past the foreword, written by a prominent plastic surgeon, and into the table of contents. Soy and you, smoking, the real enemy. Are the injections failing, or is it stress? Why you should drink more water? But what does Mother think? Absolutely not. Even by the most generous medical recommendations. Nothing to that effect is written here. Instead, backed with a ton of evidence, the book simply states that smoking gives you wrinkles. The book has a lot to say on this topic and many others. Basically, anything that brings you any sort of pleasure, the book states that you should probably stop doing it. A large collection of you read hundreds of you flip through this. You turn.
You're back, and you still look like that. Oh shit, that's totally something she'd do. No, you wouldn't let her. He loves her. Maybe even more than we do. He said he'd seen her live. We've never seen her live. We've never seen her live, and now she's going to bite off her tongue? Okay. He had a little mustache and a beige trench coat with weird lining. But we didn't see where he went. He could be anywhere. We need to make an offering to Polaris. For UV. Sure.
You step up to the terminal again. Available commands. 1. Line diag. 2. Trunkmon. 3. The screen flickers. Line diag node 04P03. Tone OK. Status. Active uptime. 8,132,440 minutes. Route map. Trunk A02. Keysock hub 3. Exit 9. Loop length 2.7 kilometers. Voltage minus 51.3 VDC. You're not sure how yet, but the wealth of details should prove useful. You close the box. The intercom, the indicator light flicks on it with a certain...
Can I help you?
Let's see what we have to work with. Her tone, the foreign affectations, the unfamiliarity with technology, the undercurrent of homosexuality. Not to mention the lack of industry around the building, a general sense of not a lot going on. Yep, this is some kind of cultural front. Try that.
You're a poet.
Poetry. Good. Too officious for a reading group, so more likely.
The magazine is open for submissions, of course.
Poetry magazine. Direct here.
It might be better if you come in. I'll open the door.
Abandon all logic. You're about to enter the poet's domain. Poetry's easy. Make it short, make it vague, speak in rhyme.
Bonjour, bienvenue. Welcome to the Noscarentes review.
Knitwear ensemble, sensible boots, a collection of beaded necklaces. She smiles shyly as you take her in.
I am. Don't mind me, I'm just the sub-editor.
A plucky literary aspirant, grinding away experience in the hallowed hall of art. Adorable.
That's what the lead editor keeps telling me too. Thanks for the encouragement. So, how can I help you? Or do you just want to listen to my voice? Stop that. I'm at work. It's Deal? You're so contemporary. It's a poetry quarterly, small batch press, mid-tier distribution. Haya's really the person to talk to if you're looking for a mission statement, not me. I was assigned here as part of a sponsorship grant. The editor-in-chief. She's right over there. No, I love it here. Just being exposed to poetry at all is so thrilling. And they let me edit it. So I see, and hear. Proofreading, mostly. Occasionally coffee brewing, cabinet filing, and floor sweeping. Quite a bit of floor sweeping. I'm happy to do it. There are so many more important things to focus on when running a magazine. I'm part of a placement program, getting young people situated with arts and cultural institutions. I'm very grateful. The magazine's sponsors saw that Haya and the review needed a helping hand. I am that hand, that's all. I'm just here to make sure everything runs smoothly. There are no more. It's just me and Haya over there.
She nods.
Nope. I remember everyone who's come in through that door, and we never had someone like that. Sorry. You should give it to Haya. Accepting submissions is way above my station, but I can't wait to read it. I will. And reading and filing and brewing.
The editor-in-chief's desk is somewhat orderly. A few notebooks and proofs, a terminal, and a collection of pens, laid out side by side. Among them, a luscious fountain pen glints in the artificial light.
Oh, yes. Thank you. It was a gift. The review's 6th anniversary. Our sponsor is supportive of the work being done here. Oh, yes. The Civilization Trust has long supported our work.
The desk remains under. The woman contemplates the spread of pages before her. She glances back over her shoulder as you approach.
Ah, I wasn't expecting anyone today. Have you come to submit?
No, you are here to dominate.
That's right. We welcome any new and aspiring poets that can meet our quality bar. Haya Gottschlick, Editor-in-Chief. How may I help you? Not to my knowledge. Our contributors tend to look a bit less put together than that.
A rapid montage of people entering and exiting this room over a series of months. All of them wear loose-fitting outfits in mismatched colors.
It's a journal of contemporary poetry. Is there anything specific you'd like to know about it? Those are all drafts of our next issue. Each page is laid out, already formatted. Now the job is to decide on their sequence.
Finding order. She enjoys this. It keeps her together. Grounded.
We're still a modest operation, I have to admit. For the moment, it's only myself, and my sub-edit.
We keep each other company, don't we, Haya?
It's true. Even without full staffing, the printing presses still take up so much space. Yes, I suppose.
It's like she was suddenly thrust upon a stage, all her lines unrehearsed.
Well,
Haya made the review from nothing. She's more than just the boss here.
Our sponsor takes responsibility for staff and premises, while I remain in charge of the magazine. It's an arrangement that allows one to focus.
Keeps her mind fully on the art, doesn't it, Haya? Just what the Trust appreciates.
It's been a great help. The review is open to all genres. Lyrics, ballads, elegies, obads, pastorals, paeans, even the occasional eclat. Please do. One becomes inundated with them in time. You'll find some in the box over there, by the door. Feel free to take one, gratis. We're very fortunate to enjoy the support of a very small yet dedicated readership.
This is the answer she wants to give, carefully avoiding any mention of her sponsor.
At the moment, we have 262 individual subscribers, plus of course schools, universities, and libraries. Well, that and of course the Civilization Trust patronage I mentioned. I imagine you do. Please, go ahead. Of course, anytime. Adieu. May you be there when inspiration strikes. Ah, hello. Adieu.
The editor-in-chief, among them, a lusher. The desk remained. Among the many sections of the cabinet, you find a small stack of papers. The first page is filled with what looks like a set of printed instructions. 1. Read the poem silently, then aloud. Consider the line breaks and identify the meter and rhyme scheme, if any. Is the poem written in open form or closed form? Tutorial guidelines for the interpretation and critique of the written verse. Whoever's using these isn't trying to get better at writing poetry. They're trying to get better at reading it. Notes have been scribbled in the margins. Read aloud, line breaks, too many metaphors. 2. Paraphrase the poem. You may wish to do this with the entire poem, or line by line. If this is too confusing, focus on distinct imagery, or isolated parts first. 3. Consider the poet's word choice. Identify figures of speech, identify metaphors and/or similes if they are present. Perhaps you are a creature made for soul work. Don't count on that. Keep your day job for now. Very likely, given that her desk is next to the cabinet. A printed table labelled tetrasyllables. The first column contains hieroglyphics. The second has a series of words. Strange series of U-shaped symbols and underscores. You vaguely remember these are used to measure or describe the sound of poems. Certainly a type of one. That's poetry's dirty little secret. Often enough, The rhythm follows a predictable pattern. And word selectors, occasionally punctuation dispensers. Prosleosmatic, ditroche, diam, coriam, antipast, dispondi. The word coriam has been circled in red pen. The same pen hanging from the sub-editor's neck. The corresponding meter notation reads -UU-. If you ever need it, you can now pluck that information from the archives. The paper spins in your hands with a rustle. You put the papers back.
Hello again. Guidelines for me to follow. When I do get a chance to look over submissions, this is the checklist to see what has merit and what does not. Without them, I just never know how to read.
You cannot weigh a soul with guidelines. Good. This poetry has rules and documents.
That sounds like technicality and poetry are incompatible. Maybe they are, and I just haven't learned that yet. All right.
She rests her small palm on top of the sheet of paper and slides it towards her side of the desk. Away from you.
Yep, just the two of us.
She nods.
You should give it to Haya. Accepting submissions is way above my station, but I will. And reading and filing and brewing.
Ah, hello again. I imagine you do. Please, go ahead. Of course. Adieu. Excuse me, you can't go in there. Staff and contributors only. That's all right.
We better pack up our stuff. Yep.
I'm doing it.
No, we don't want to be involved in anything like that.
The idea of interacting with authorities seems to have induced a small panic in him.
Yeah, so should we.
Wolf time.
The kids study you.
Oh, do you want to talk about the wolves some more?
You tried to come up with a different story, a different wolf to be the hero. Alas.
We don't care about her. She sucks.
Boo. Well, we could try, maybe. Do you know any good shows?
Is that the man with the bag on his head? We've seen a little bit one time. He's really funny. Last time he said there are 5 moons, and how they're all fake, like the boars.
Mom said we were not allowed to watch him. But she didn't say why. We'll keep watching the wolves then.
The children ignore you. You step back to the tower of plushies. again, sidling around the kiddie stall like a slender nonce. Textbook nonce talk. Plushie number 3 is probably stashed in the back of your van as bait. You turn back. A low, tilting shelf marked in heavy block. It's like there's lead rings weighing down your fingers. You can't even bring yourself to properly look through the bin. Derivative, inane shit. Made for nobody. What are you even doing here?
Do you understand now? At least you're wearing gloves.
You turn your attention away from the shelf. You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you. It's...
Hello and welcome to the reality situation. Before we begin, I just need to check. Is your line secure? That's a joke, obviously. No line is secure. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, are not secure. Consciousness itself is tapped. The call is coming from inside the house. Now, what aspect of the situation did you want to ask about? Indeed, anyone still laboring under the illusion that this is a free city is encouraged to take a swim or a boat out to the 3.3 kilometer mark, where that vessel orbits, and you'll see exactly how free we are. It's a patrol boat, in short. If I had to guess, I would say it's making sure no one ventures out into the unrendered areas. No, it's hard to say what would happen, since we are so deeply immersed in this illusion that we cannot even imagine life outside it. Reports of flashing lights upon the vessel would appear to confirm this hypothesis. What else? Salute.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Renotel Dolphin eyes you expectantly. You step up. The clinic's metal door is scabbed with rust and surrounded by graffiti. An official-looking sign hangs to the right of it. Open nights, no knocking. Next animal who bleeds on this door gets sedated through the eye. Scrawled badly in horrific fonts. Fraud, butcher. Gonza owes me a tooth. Charged me for screaming. A vulgar drawing of a doctor seemingly fornicating with a leg. Warped frame, cheap steel, hinges rusted like old teeth. No reinforcement. Flimsy, much like the door. Would be easy if you had a lockpick. You turn back toward the noise of Party Alley. You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you. It's up. You tap out some numbers devoid of reason or thought. Surprisingly, the phone starts ringing immediately. Could be anyone about to pick up. A total stranger. Their life intruded. A clunk. You hear the ambience of another room. An exhale. Then something wet being chewed on over and over. No word. Something tells you that their teeth are yellowed with decay. If they have the ability to speak, they choose not to use it. Another exhale. The chewing continues. Suddenly, the line goes dead. They hung up. The receiver clicks back into place. You step away. The fire exit remains ajar, ball wedged into the crack. You raise your hand to wave at the engineer on his pylon. He waves back. You pocket the ball and close the fire door firmly.
You've come back.
I hesitated bringing this up earlier, but you might want to know. It seems you have a follower.
A light crackle teases you. Could it be you've seen this person as well?
No, I don't think so. Of course.
Wolf time.
The girl nods.
Whoa. He looks even smarter than in the show. Remember when he cast Lexicon Apocalypse and wiped out like 50 angels from history?
Uh-huh. After he found their real names in the bottomless library. Critical Wolf can be scary, but he's the smartest one.
Raw information atomizes itself, but no one answers. The phone, the ringing continues. Neurons light up along your spine, flickering erratically. 3 diodes flicker in steady succession, over and over, casting a faint pulse along the wall. The line is operational. You can rule out a technical problem. The ringing continues. Anywhere but on the other end of the line. Downstairs, you hear the sound of Constanz moving about. You return to the folded pack. You discover a small extra pocket inside the front right pocket. You slip 2 fingers inside and come away with a neatly folded sheet of paper. The page is notebook-sized and perforated along one edge. It reads, THA 7LESAPR 032, half a cipher, the language of spies. You've carried papers like this, folded up and hidden away in secret pockets and compartments. We'll be spying harder when you crack this thing. The pack of cigarettes on the desk. You missed something about them. You leave the trousers. You return to the desk, secreted neatly against the inner wall of the pack, just as you were once taught to do yourself. A crispy folded sheet of A7 paper. It reads, ZWS, JMXVB TW, AO. One-to-one correspondence between key and text. This is a Rosetta cipher. Your heart skips a beat. The pack slides nicely into your pocket, as though it always belonged there. ZWS, JMXVB TW. The sheet naturally curls itself into a little V as you place it back. For Cascade, all will be forgiven. For Cascade, all will be forgiven. Only your double's advancing bald spot is visible to you over the rim of the chair. The day beyond the window beckons you outwards. ZWS. You turn away from the desk. The hoglets are still grunting merrily among the urban detritus. This day may go down in history as the first strike in the Great Boar Human Wars. A faint rumbling sensation in your feet. Somewhere the babies are tattling. You turn from the
Up-ramp. This thing?
To shake the...
Last I heard, my business, I'd say. It? That ineffable, inexplicable quality, not that, it. If you can't even... Maybe so. In that case, forewarned is forearmed. Illusion elites with a hard-on for maps. Kicked off in the 70s when Luz re-annexed a few neglected ex-colonies. No resources at stake. The world didn't fuss much. Now that they've dispensed with optics, the reunion's really picking up speed. That's got Enter spreading around the margins. The possibility that the vulgar physics of the boot can leave dents on the immaterial. But it's your party that's really shitting its britches, wondering if they missed a fundamental, non-dialectical variable along the way. Good for them.
The dialectic assumes a predictable trajectory. It does fail to account for one thing.
Bingo. There's no linear relationship between people and history or post-history. Personally, I describe it to that pesky eye, great derailer. Someone's already started drafting the next chapter. Rest of the world's just catching up. Music, not really my area. Spotted a couple teenagers in elaborate costumes. Seem to be fans of some kind. Local
the PR...
Obviously a lunatic. Please. That said, he's got no such thing in my experience. Till next time.
You find yourself before the strange tree once more. This is Ginkgo lucifera, an old Lusian ginkgo planted widely during the expansion of the old illuminated empire. The exact reason escapes you at the moment. Suffice to say, wherever you see one, it means that place once belonged to Leluz. Yes, and you're still just an ape, and not even a particularly distinguished example. Time passes, but you take no note of it. No one takes note of you either. To wider Keysock, you're simply a middle-aged woman. The bed welcomes you. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down. The container is still overfull with rubbish. The archives demand bravery and diligence. The mass before you is divided into 3 distinct strata. A thorough analysis will require you to explore each. Your choice. Nothing of note yet. False teeth, a broken bottle. Oh, There's some soul if you want it. You pluck a few coins from the fetid heap. A couple of them are covered in an unknown greasy substance. Keep it together. Don't think about the chittering infestations thriving in here. Various slimy textures slide up your hand as you dip into the dregs. Your fingers graze something sharp. Paper, maybe. Before you can grab it, it dissolves back into the warm muck, never to be glimpsed by human eyes again. You pick carefully through the warm middle strata until you bump against a papery wad. 2 for yes, 1 for no. The echo in the room. A gasp without breath. Chin up, gaze fixed on the radiant tomorrow. The dead man's parade marches past and I am left behind. A scrawl of red ink above the typed words. We thank you for your submission. Unfortunately, at this time the Nos Correntes review will not be moving forward. A highly discerning one, judging from the physical evidence. You've now penetrated to the darkest and wettest layer. A metallic thud tells you that you've reached the bottom of the bin. Your fingers get to work. However, the rancid smell threatens to suffocate you. Bile lurches at the back of your throat, burning. Luckily, your diligence is not in vain. Your fingers catch on something hard in the furthest corner of the sludge pile. Rounded for the most part, there are some sharper lines at the extremities as well as some flat surfaces. It's a pair of grimy glasses, large black frames, and what must be the thickest prescription lenses available. The missing vendor. These are the glasses he was wearing in the photo his daughter showed you. A dread certainty sinks in. The rubbish contains...
It's you. What? What were they doing there? He probably dropped them and someone threw them away thinking they were broken. That makes sense.
A scenario she has been forced to create in order to ignore a heartbreaking truth.
No. Thanks for finding them. Thanks for stopping by.
The gate stands before you. Take the chain between the beak of our tool and crunch it dead. The chain resists, trembles, then collapses in a jangling heap at your feet. Regards from the gang. The metal creaks and gives way. The chain lies bleeding out on the cobblestones. In another life, it would have been a serpent. A low, tilting shelf marked in heavy block letters. Reason will not help you here. Close your eyes and let your hand seek out what it wants. There. The band logo is an illegible scroll, allegedly composed of letters in a human script. On the spine you find the title, Blood Golem. The artist. The album is called I Will Know You by the Sound of Your Structures Crumbling. It is what your hand wanted and found. Violence. An all-out auditory assault. There is no track listing, no credits. Only violence in its purest form. Unjustified, unrighteous, primal. Now, always.
Still crass music on a crass replayable format, but at least it's not an active attempt to idiotize the population. I'll give you that.
He nods curtly. You turn your attention.
Back for the gruesome finale.
A visceral call comes from inside of you, rising up metallic and hot.
What did you just say? I am ready.
The doctor's movements are somewhere between daintiness, lust, and disbelief as he places the stethoscope to your clavicle. A relic from the military coup in Marcia.
Yes. I have explored the darkest crevices of living bodies, both friend and foe, Monsieur Bullet. And I have tasted the love of which you speak.
He's far gone, and if he was faking it to begin with, he's long forgotten it. The doctor draws a deep, shuddering inhalation.
Well, at the least we know you're not medical board scum. That's between me and it, eternally. Don't worry, it spoke highly of you. Not a drop of narc blood inside.
The doctor doesn't appear any more professional behind the desk than he was on it.
Now tell me, where does it hurt? Was he intensely forgettable? Did any sense of authority flee from him like the plague? That's him. I'm surprised you could even retain his name. Board certified swine. Is that what he told you? Put it this way. There was a project in which I believed us to be colleagues. While, in fact, he was sawing the floor out from under my feet the whole time. Yes, my visionary research program that he leached off of me. And with the backing of the astronomical grant from those empty fuckers, too. I knew they were going to screw us, but I went along with it anyway. Clearly, you don't know the first thing about human biology. How was I going to give birth to my baby without first getting fucked a couple of times?
No hint of a smile with that one.
Not one instant. I got to see the subconscious picture show. Who else gets to say that? Visualization. We wanted to see what people see in their dreams. Flush with foreign cabbage, I was able to design a custom fMRI headset. More portable than those giant washing machines our rivals were using. And crucially, interlinkable. You just plug the subjects in, load them up with modafinil, and boom! Dr. Gonza's subconscious picture show. Most of the cowards are content with fisting guinea pigs or detoxifying leaf matter. The real juice is in intoxicating the population and seeing how long they survive. Abruptly, and in betrayal. I got a call from Abbe one morning. There's someone in the office for you. So I come in, trustingly, like a slaughterhouse animal. And there they are. Goons of the medical board. They even had the audacity to box up my belongings with their fucking claws before I arrived.
Next thing I know, they're boxing me up too. Makes you painfully aware of the orifices you didn't know you had, doesn't it? That's why Nabe had been plotting it for ages, clearly. Having nearly missed the fucking boat once, he wanted to seize control of the study for his own purposes. Hate is a better word for it. My theory is that dullness he exudes is the result of a fungus of some kind. A parasitic brain mold playing at the motor cortex, like a child with a joystick. Eventually, sure. There are plenty of fungi that control ants and beetles. How much more difficult can a mediocre doctor be? Architect? A child making macaroni collages is more of an architect than an invertebrate. Not to mention the fungus in his brain. You want more? All right. He's a thief too, which, I'll admit, is impressive for a gastropod. You mean, other than my life's work? Yes, certain irreplaceable personal effects. I can picture him, polishing my equipment in his sterile little office, running his sanitized virgin fingers over surfaces that remember my touch. It sickens me. A research-grade apparatus, used for advanced diagnostics. Very sophisticated, finely calibrated, worth thousands of soul. It should still be in its aluminum housing, unless that institutional hemorrhoid has decided to put it on display.
The implication is that you'll know it when you see it. Extremely ominous.
I don't know. His mind is too dull for me to penetrate. The brain fungus told him to. Probably. And give him the satisfaction of knowing he has something on me? Absolutely not. Besides, I don't trust myself not to murder him if I come within choking distance. Wait, not murder. That's for humans. You get the gist. You love drugs, right?
Your brain is constantly churning out natural neurochemicals. It's basically made of drugs. Who are you to say no?
You're sharp. Too sharp. Signs of a mind in need of recreational chemicals. Since you're allowed on the slug's premises, how about taking a peek, eh? Grab my things on the way out of there. I'll open my store in return. All the drugs you could want. Pharmaceutical bonanza.
2 words. Lab grade.
Yes, enough. He's dead. Forget about him. Ah, yes. This is the ethically stimulating case you were trying to entice me with. What? A functioning human organism with neither consciousness nor the capacity to file a malpractice lawsuit? Fuck me. What's not to love? Who's the unfortunate? Let me tell you something about colleagues, sister. By and large, the most vile species of sniveling, rule-following, authority-sucking vermin ever to stain this earth. Second, perhaps only to medical board inspectors.
You don't have conclusive proof he was not like that, at any rate.
You want my advice? Roll him up, toss him out in some hazardous waste bags before he starts smelling. All right. Walk me through it. Gut diagnosis screams ketamine binge, but I'm keeping an open mind. Any signs of injury, self-inflicted or otherwise? Good start. Anything else? Strange how. Oh, who cares? Show me. Ultravioleta. Well, there it is. Mystery condition solved. Of course it was. This is a clear-cut case of LAS, libidinal atrophy shutdown syndrome. Affects terminal virgins, unlaid husbands, and men exposed to overly uterine music. Tea drinkers too.
That is definitely 100% a real condition.
Yes, exactly. He heard music designed to fine-tune the estrogen production centers of prepubescent girls. And it destroyed him. Men are built to pursue, conquer, reproduce. Ergo, per annum, a quota of fucking must occur. His body is given up from neglect. Seen it 1,000 times. And I'm confirming your intuition. That saccharine trash is absolutely 100% anathema to the male brain. You could probably survive it, though I suspect it would inflict some kind of intellectual damage on you as well.
The doctor opens a drawer and slides towards you a baggie with a small medical stamp inside.
Anti-last treatment. It'll wake up whatever's left in him to wake up. And if that doesn't work, end of the road, sister. Cut him loose. This is a proprietary formulation, soon to be patented. That's as much as I can tell you. I'm on it right now. Home recipe, mama. I can out-erect any man, anywhere, anytime, dead or not. Then you know nothing of sexual melancholy. But all right, let's pretend my expertise is worth fuck all. What's your working theory, Dr. Plainface? Next time, just say you don't know. Save yourself the existential despair. Really? All I'm hearing is that you don't have a fucking clue what happened or how to help him.
Unfortunately, in the midst of all his ramblings, he has discovered a point. It's unlikely this treatment will improve Pseudopod's condition, but you might learn something from it.
No man likes Ultravioleta. He's buried in the depths of erotic despair. He's so far down the hole, he probably doesn't even know what happened to him. Of course I really think it. I prescribed it. Easy delivery. Just let it dissolve on his tongue. Good luck to you. Real? Listen, sister. I've been a doctor since I was 12 years old. And I'll be a doctor until the day they extract the hypertrophied liver from my bloated, humescent, sexy carcass. It was not the board that made me a doctor, and they cannot unmake me one, no matter how many degrees they annul. That's right, age 12. I came down with a fever. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and still wouldn't go down, so they sent me to the doctor. He weighs me, counts my heartbeats, whatever. And without even doing any blood work, he sends me away and says, "Go to the priest. Tell him that I said to give you the blessed smoke." It would be the very least they could do, right? No. Fetid and totally inert. My mother cried and cried, locked herself in her room and didn't even want to see me. She was crying so much. But still, no one would explain to me what this fucking smoke was. So I finally get to the priest. He goes, "Oh, my child," blesses me, blows some foul-smelling shit into my face, and sends me off home to die. And that's when I realize, these people are fucking idiots! Damn right I didn't die. I went straight to the library, picked up the first book on general medicine I could find. And the young Gonza brought his fever down through hard science and sheer willpower. All the way down to stone cold, which is where I remain to this day. Tricks of the trade. You want to learn them, pick up the book. They can take away my license, black, patience, numerous degrees. They've even been surprisingly effective at getting me in trouble with the law. But they can never touch 1,000 plus hours of surgical experience, multiple breakthroughs, and enough original research to fill a university textbook.
He works himself up into a bout of romantic fervor with practiced ease.
Not that you could ever publish a textbook in this backward fucking society.
Going too fast to stop himself right away.
I said they could take away my license and I would still be a doctor. And yes, they did.
Suddenly, he swipes a bottle off the table and takes a deep swig from it with needless violence.
No, sorry. I'm not being selfish, it's just, you might die. My own brand. Ethyl snatched from the jaws of methanol. And just a dash of formaldehyde for the king. We're all dead in life, Mama. Formaldehyde is just how you preserve the dish. Disgraced! What? You think it's... Yes. A disgraced doctor. That's exactly what I am. A disgraced doctor peddling the drugs that are the last surviving relic of my profession.
The site of some kind of humanitarian catastrophe. The surface of Gonza's desk is buried under unopened envelopes, pill bottles, loose syringes, and pens. Atop the pile sits a child's drawing of a two-headed horse and a crumpled note with a few scrawled phone numbers. The doctor's twitching, though watchful eye inspects you as you scan his mess.
Not my kid, before you get ideas. I locked down my own plumbing at 12. Quarterized and triple-tied vast deference. No one's trapping Gonza. Some junkie spawn handed that abomination to me after I treated his mom. Zero talent. Makes the women folk trust me. The non-barren ones, I mean. They're decorative. That's how the board gets you. Open a government threat and it becomes a conversation. Keep those things sealed, and then you have their fear. Bottled.
The doctor drums his fingers on the dirty desktop and stares bitterly into the middle distance. The teenage boy nods hesitantly.
Yeah? Tried once. He screamed at me about board narking and threw what looked like, dunno, something supposed to be internal at me. Kidney-like. Would have been pretty cool if he wasn't such a mad freak. Whatever. Yeah.
A watertight marine door, but a small placard above the entryway reads, Community Care Clinic, open 4 a.m. to 10 p.m. That would necessitate coming within spitting distance of his hated rival. Neither doctor is willing to break their détente. At the midpoint of the door is a 3-point full stainless steel lock. This is a proposal that could do numbers in the yearly People's Congress. The hull of the boat looks solid as the door. However, around the corner, on the stern side, you notice a window, slightly ajar. The frame is solid, the hinges well oiled and free of rust. The answer is no. You could do that. He seems like a reasonable enough man. You can probably talk sense with him, at least more so than you can with Dr. Gonza. You slink away.
Out in the streets, free and young. This was the summer of riots, youth movements, and the monotheist coup. Masses following their material interests, their dogmas, or their orders. It was more than that, a conflux of force and desire that only repeats once or twice per lifetime. And there you were, following not some idea, but the music. An open-air gig on Landau's Grand Boulevard, in the shadow of the Founding Fathers Monument, headlined by young, greasy demigods who called themselves the Whole Sick Crew.
The last gasp of heroic rock. They never lied and never sold out. The image and the reality were one. Something that can never be said about you.
Crack of rifle fire in the summer humidity. Soldiers on the roof. Monotheist agents in the crowds. Dozens killed. Shot by the security forces or trampled by their own panicking friends. You meant to, but the 10mm bullet caught you first. Fate screaming your name from 200 meters.
Unauthorized contact with foreign bodies.
Surgeon didn't expect you to survive. Metal was too near the heart. He'd have to crack you open like a pistachio. You make compromises in order to live. That's just one of them. So what will it be, Hirsch? Do you still feel the music? The conviction that led you to that scar by your heart? Another instrument in your symphony.
A watertight, a small placard. Perhaps he's been waiting for your arrival to put out that particular... Just another sly break-in. Flashlight between our teeth. All the old school gang egging us on. Still hear the screams from when it looked like we might fall. You climb up to the window frame and peer inside. A clear path. A spot to land just inside the window frame. Not much else, though. Too dark. Smooth. If all our friends had been around to see that, they'd think we were so sick. The second you land on the other side, a muscle somewhere in the meat of your hip immediately twinges. The one personal touch and the otherwise sterile. You return to the forbidden ladder. You head on up, careful not to alert anybody who might be on board. You made it. The thing in the bed stares with vacant intensity. Slowly, details emerge. A molded jawline, curved torso, and multi-jointed limbs. A medical dummy, left out on the bed, propped up against the pillows. A tag dangles from its wrist. Its expression, frozen in time, helpless, but not distressed. The dummy seems posed with some kind of intention. Clues are spread out in all directions with you at the center. Space exploration memorabilia, cotton jackets on hooks, old radios. Dr. Hugo does not come in here often. Only the dummy sleeps here now. It has been placed carefully. Some amount of love has gone into it. The dummy continues to hold its pose, undisturbed. Printed words, property of Dr. Gonza, and scribbled right under, to myself, for when I'm not myself. Gonza's so-called personal effects, without a doubt. The dummy sits still, head in a comfortable enough position. It stares back at you, unmoving. A silicon oval, unframed, shadows reveal the protrusions of nose, eyelids, mouth. Before you lies something that resembles a human face. But whose? If that is true, there was likely an original model, a person whose face was used as the template for the one looking back at you, completely still. You turn away from the face, readjusting your eyes. Made of glass, pale blue, wet-looking, each is flecked with tiny artificial veins. Money has been sunk into this, and time, and a certain kind of obsession. You pull focus. The dummy continues to stare vacantly at the same spot. The empty bed is sadder than when it was occupied, somehow. A child's set of toy figurines sits on the shelf, stiff forms painted and posed, carefully arranged to watch down on whoever sleeps in the bed. The paint is chipped and worn. These figurines have been well loved, played with often. The posters on the wall, the quilt, the faint smell of nearly body lotion. It doesn't feel like it belongs to the man downstairs. This is an adolescent girl's room. A daughter, maybe. Elsewhere, a miniature rocket and a group of cosmonauts. Words painted on the side of the launch vessel. Proyecto Autonomia. Portofiro's failed space program. These toys are yet another remnant. There's no date that you can see. Look at the cosmonauts' expressions. Pride, determination, joy. These aren't commemorative, they predate the disaster. Orange-suited plastic men, cherubic faces squeezed into little helmets. Two sit inside the rocket. One is planting the Portofiran flag on a pretend lunar surface. You stare at a vacant spot next to the badly painted rocket. One of the figurines must be missing from the set. Even the smallest, the childhood tableau, undisturbed, waits for a return. The pink paper tab is no bigger than a fingernail. One side is decorated with a simple illustration of a cockerel. It's right there, in the word of the animal itself. Cock is often used interchangeably to mean both male chicken and penis. And yet you asked the question. You return to your double's limp body. Covers in mouth. No action. Assess blood flow stimulus response. A firm slap might be the last thing he needs to come back. The movement dislodges a droplet of drool from his lip and leaves a bright red welt on his cheek. With a crack, you hit the other side of his face, giving him a matching blush. This close, you see how empty he is, how slack his muscles. This isn't the peace of sleep or even a coma. He's gone. You stand up. Whatever happened, it's far too serious to be alleviated by medication of uncertain origins. You return to your double's limp body. You slip the tab into his mouth. It feels dry, hot, and deeply wrong. The medication swims through his body, drawn with every breath, every beat of his heart, searching for the right pathways. There's something wrong. Nothing is happening. No movement, no reaction. Lungs exhale, hair grows. Nothing remarkable happens. At all. The rhythm of Pseudopod's pulse dances like code against your fingers, speaking the truth. Thump, thump, thump. The Watcher has abandoned his station. You take out your lighter, press the flint wheel to its familiar groove in your thumb. It strikes, first time. His pupils do not contract. Nothing. A ripple of goosebumps across your back. In the absence of immediate danger, the fear crosses you only delicately. A whisper upon your neck. This is not an unconscious body. It is a breathing corpse.
Bored? What do you want? Meet the Gonza. I'll have to hose him down after whatever that swine Hugo Arby has done to him. But it doesn't matter. He's home. Shut the fuck up.
The doctor eagerly reaches for the wiretapped medical dummy and stares lovingly into its eyes.
Next time you should get the payment up front. I could fuck you over, you know. Most in my profession would. Here, let me know if you need more. Store's open.
That's a trick question. Can't you tell? He's called Gonza, and he's my assistant. Made to look like me in every way. He's going through a phase. Anyway, he's tired now and needs to rest. Are we done? Not even a little, you know? By God. So there's no hope for him. He's beyond the reach of science. Any man who doesn't rise up, still hard, from my treatment is functionally brain dead. Another man lost the lass.
He offers a limp salute and bows his head.
But it's not all bad. As a doctor, I am qualified to tell you. You now have moral carte blanche. Whatever the fuck you want. Ride him, bury him, dress him up in a silly little outfit. Party's on, sister. You're not even the person anymore. I already told you. If the first dose didn't work on your man, he's a goner. I have just been pondering what effects it might have on the female body. You might die, of course, but such is science. In any case, ding ding ding! It's your lucky day. Gonza's drugstore now includes all the anti-lass you can afford. Anything for a fellow fuckworm. Don't thank me. Thank our insatiable libidos. What did the swine do this time? Yes. Aren't we fucking all? Fucking amateurs. Cocaine kicks you in the balls when you're tired. Prodaxil makes you an athlete, but it's a dissociator, so it can get weird, which is what you want. Neurotin is for whenever you need to focus and get some clever shit done. Then, as you know, there's the anti-lass, which is for whenever you need to act like a supercharged cockerel. Is that innocent enough for you? Raw physical performance at its stiffest be. To utter those words, what a life. Adios, patient.
Hello again. This, over there.
You carry the tray to one table, but they're still drinking their first round. You carry it to another. Nope, they wanted light beer. Another. You idiot. They said no ice. Everyone wants something from you. You just want to know who ordered the mezcal margarita. The evening swells past in a flurry of cocktails, spilled beer, insults directed towards your general intelligence.
Whoa, okay, hold up. Are you alright? Oh, You've been at it for 4 hours. Why don't you take a break? Get some air. In fact, here, take the rest of the night off. I'm okay here. Drink up. We close soon.
With pleasure.
breaking into houses and hearts. Alright, tell me what's on your mind. I'll be seeing you. I'll be seeing you.
This is a man of many competing loyalties. His family, his business, his friends. But the one that stays his hand the most?
I hear you. But catch me up real quick. What is your religion?
Your answer here must be important. The final test. Religion is an illusion meant only to hold captives.
That's what I meant.
Shiftily, he looks around left and right. After a moment, he blows in and out, then leans in to whisper.
You cannot tell my brothers about this, alright? But I've got the best ex around. Yeah, come on. Shh.
Hard to tell if he's genuinely worried about being exposed, or it's just part of the cell. It's not as serious as that, but you get the point.
With pleasure. Alright, tell me what. I'll be seeing.
You stand before Tempo's door once more. You slip the arm of the tool into the lock, exploring its cold metal viscera on feel alone. The mechanism's pins rise like goosebumps in response to your voice, making them even easier to feel out on the tool's long edge. You caress them into place. A last gentle click, and the way is open. A ruined sofa with a sad story to tell. The air hums. This is a spy's death. Too much. Update. Asset taxman was unknown. Now zeroed out. The blood is curdled and cracked, the color of old brick. A week ago. Maybe more. Multiple assailants going by the footprints. A brief struggle. Then the inevitable. The stereo system is facing away from the sofa. Think about this suboptimal room layout for a moment. It's much easier than looking at the blood. The aftermath was the point. This is a warning. A slow, cold needle to your soul. At the start, at least, this was not a clean hit. The way espionage crises always go. People collide in slow motion, gripping the outer edges half-blind. Bodies mount, telephones ring. Mere minutes into the match and the away crowd are silenced by a stark scoreboard. Enemies 2, Cascade 0. On the desk are a grey notebook, an e-terminal, and a broken photo frame, face down. Next to the frame is an eye with a long single teardrop, shaped out of a fine white powder. It's soft and ringed. The word accounts is written across the top in black marker. A thicket of serial numbers, dates, columns and rows cover the pages top to bottom, along with shorthand references to incomes and outgoings. You notice the handwriting completely changes in the more recent entries. The first dates back years, harsh-lined, heavy-handed, all capitals. Tempos. The second set is an elaborate looping cursive. Some of the eyes have little hearts instead of dots. There are none. The first set of handwriting even uses the word cunt with the same wild abandon as the second. The heart suggests a compassionate touch, maybe even a human relations department. A list of names, titles and compensation. One of the rows has been firmly crossed out with aggressive black lines. Ignatz could be the individual of flexible loyalties that Carmuna mentioned. Rent, utilities and other minor operating costs, including travel. Multiple instances of round-trip tickets between Portofiro and Acquair de la Luz. You avert your gaze. The crying powder eye stares at you. It is a signal. The eye watches you. The silence in the room agrees. Your finger returns to you with a dusting of white. Nothing good or bad happens. The eye is no longer weeping. As you turn the frame around, dust falls and a blade of light momentarily obliterates the row of faces presented. Inside your stomach, spiders scuttle. A surprise attack launched from your own past. Here you all are. Taxman. S-Stock. Virtue. Cascade. Radiant. Kindred. Holocene. You'll form a network, known to the Opera as. Unknown to you, as those friends you left to die 5 years ago. Your people. None of them meet your eye, apart from you, the only one looking down the camera. They were counting on you, and you abandoned them. While they thought of you, you thought only of yourself. You selfish little child. What a thoughtful gesture. Very late, but very thoughtful. You slip the photo out of the frame, into your pocket. A fatal case of sentimentality, leading cause of death among old assets and spies. He wanted to keep you all around. Beneath the photo, and your heart, a tug. The window to your right. Did someone see you come in here? The desk is as you left it. It doesn't turn on. Someone's cut the cord. You turn from the desk, back to the...
News from the crash site. Recovery crews have pulled a scorched orange box from the wreckage. On the casing, block letters in Mercian, Illuminato, and Standard Cohilan. Memories. Extreme caution required. Initial reports say the contents are virtually pristine, untouched by extreme temperature or blunt trauma. Definitely not.
Memories dormant in the paving stones and eaves are beginning to rise. The air itself grows heavy with past sensations.
A glance at the manifesto reveals 6 hearts, perfectly preserved, 1 birthday note, handwritten, 1 pair of headphones, sweat-stained. 2 packs of black cigarettes, for a mark, 2 Portofiro fighting beetles, 1 faded receipt for 2 schnaps of the fog mirror. The box isn't designed that way. The past is being kept under high pressure. Pull the release and the hatch blows right off. The metal release handle is too cold to touch. Already, you feel a little bit less alone. Whether you're prepared for company is another matter.
You can make out an impression of the bazaar beyond the window, obscured by dust and grime. You gather up your sleeve and exhale onto the window, where your breath reveals a clear handprint in the dust. You push aside images of Tempo standing here as you wipe off the stain. You can make out. You gather up your sleeve and exhale onto the window, where you raise your hand and place it gently onto the print. It's smaller than your own. That is not Tempo's hand. Could be. The print would fit a young woman's hand. Across the canal was the district of Lower Vudas, a haggling mess of slums, continually sprouting from the defunct ruins of itself. A cross-section of the city would be a cliff face, stacked with evidence of floods, political tides, and fossils of forgotten hardware. It hums with free-flowing commerce, pensioners with oversized bags, teenagers carrying skewers of fried shrimp, dockers moving pallets off the canal. Just like the former overseers of Silk No. 3, standing at this window, studying the movements of the dye workers, looking for signs of disturbance. Or signs of the revolutionary consciousness organizing itself. An unusual shape breaks the pattern, a large orange figure sliding between the stalls. Glancing up at the office. Too much and too often. The man from the photo shop, the weeping eyes errand boy. Of course, in espionage, coincidence is folklore. Known to the opera as the whole sick crew. You can make out an impression of the desk is it. You turn from the desk.
Can't let you past. We got a mother situation. Just like I told you, Mother's out for her constitutional. I'd stay out from the back ways if I were you. A man? There's no one there, and you got better odds with the man than with the mother. The mother took out a whole squad of carabineros once. Bullets bounced right off her hide. I ate the faces of every one of them. And their big hats, too. The main entrance to the east. Please, do not panic.
You might have better odds if you go by the south and come up through the rusty gate.
Good. Maurito always advises that.
A click somewhere inside, the world slows. A sudden release of epinephrine into the bloodstream. You lock eyes with the man from the photo shop. He cradles something within his coat. The time to act is now. You might make it up the stairs, or you might be able to forge a disguise from whatever's in that box in front of you. There are many objects in this box. One of these objects could be your object. Your hands caress a variety of head coverings, ultimately stopping on a shiny, luminous visor. It does when you're making it up as you go along. Greasy, awkward, and dressed in a gaudy multicolored coat, the man stands nervously scanning his surroundings, one hand reaching towards his pocket. His gaze glides cleanly over you. Try not to get carried away. He's still here. You hear the whine of a 50cc engine. A small tuk-tuk appears in your peripheral vision.
Yo, Oprecon, this way!
A teenager in a tuk-tuk called you a cunt. They may be an ally. You may not have a choice. Only one way to find out. Your body crackles with electricity as you batter your foe into submission. His eyes light up in fear. You just knock the wind out of him. He won't be doing any street photography for a while.
Come on, time to move.
The man's hand slips out of his coat. He grips a camera tightly to himself. You race towards the waiting tuk-tuk and hoist yourself up.